Hello, folks. Welcome back to this Gnomes. Today we're gonna make more skeleton automations and also, if possible, wave pain or try not to have pain with it. So basically, we'll start with a very interesting trick that I've learned, two techniques that I've learned today, but one we already replicate. It relates to those rig UIs on panels, right? That in one way, maybe for Rigify, for any custom rig, maybe for Bone Manager extension, which is the one that I'm using here. So there is a thing that I was in need to run this script manually every time I open the file. And of course, if I am in this layout, I don't even have the script editor open. So it's very annoying to be doing this. But actually, there's a simple solution. And this is where we are going to bring up this, what is the, just a quick highlight here for this particular, so Bone Manager extension and other rigs, another possibly, yeah, rig UI, run script automation technique plus the solution for linking rig model collection for new blend for blend file, for big blend file, bigger blend file. Then I don't know how to call this, for linking alongside, with rig UI binded to armature object. All right, so this is a bit trickier, but maybe we're not gonna try to do this. We're gonna half do it and then we'll check what it is. But essentially, here, folks, is the thing. If I open here, this file here, so I have this, I don't want to check this permanently allow execution of script. This probably you can adjust in the preference. I don't know where it would be. Preference, file paths, use scripts, auto execute. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So this is trying to run a script, and this is happening because, let's do it again. Because exactly, allow execution is because this, when I press this, is like I was running this, because this is the script that is generated by the Bone Manager extension for the rig UI. So then there is one little thing, this thing. So you need to register to check this, and this is the solution that I asked today, and a friend there, a fellow rigger and animator, I think, Magpie, so Master Magpie answered and gave this option, this solution here. Actually, two solutions. One that is this one, exactly, register the script here by just checking this and save, of course. And then the other solution is for need to add a script, a little script that will bind the, so it's custom property. Actually, it's not a script, it's a custom property specially to bind the armature object with the running script for linking purposes. And so there are more, this is a bit more difficult, complicated than just checking a checkbox, but it's all here. We're gonna try to see if that will work in the end. But okay, so very important to be aware of those things. And here's this topic on Blender Artist Forum. So Bone Manager extension generated rig UI has to rerun script and blend file opening. So I asked one thing and I received more answers. So thanks, Magpie. And also the this fellow here. Also, it's thanks to a conversation with with Magpie that I was able to develop this iCoins rig solution, which the iCoin itself is a shrink wrapped rig to the so it's a legion of mini bones, mini deformed bones, which then allows these iCoins to adapt onto a very asymmetric organic non-spherical shape without a shrink wrap modifier. So it's a shrink wrap bone constraints technique. Where are the bones here? Yeah, so basically we check here, so it should be in these iCoins here. So then this technique is very, very good for this kind of stuff, because then another solution would be to have a UV warp modifier. This was the conventional, the primordial technique that I was using before that, but now this technique is like more interesting, because the problem with the UV warp modifiers that well, the whole eye is sort of a texture, and then it might be a bit trickier to get it into material shading, and while we have a mesh here, so we can really control the the mesh in terms of material is much more direct, so it's also better. Also the UV warp, this thing, because we can bake this thing, so it's not like a UV warp modifier, so it's more it's also more versatile for other users. This is more exportable wise, so this is also thanks to conversation with Magpie. So very creative artist there. And so here we get to then make sure this is registered. And then as for the other part, I never did it. So this is actually a custom property that was created by the thing itself, I believe. So apparently it creates with some Rigify data. I'm not sure why, but maybe it's not related direct to Rigify, so not using Rigify, but apparently it has something to do with that because of these things here, right? Remembering that Rigify add-on is inbuilt, right, in Blender, so it's like it's rooted already, so that's why it's already showing this stuff like that. Or maybe we need to enable the add-on at least. Okay, so here I'm not sure what I do with this, because let's check here what it. So this will be the step 2. So apparently we need to add a new custom property, a data block type. This use script ID type text, and then there will be something else that will happen, that we can connect this to the actual script of the bone manager, this one. So this doesn't seem to be the data block. Yeah, this is a string, so it's nothing to do, but the process is the same. It's a custom property here, and this has apparently has nothing to do with live rubber. Maybe this one has, I'm not sure. We're gonna make the new one, and that we're gonna, it's here, we're gonna edit it. Apparently it's not the same thing here, but anyways, oh no, is that we need to get this one. Okay, data block. So here maybe this is property name. I think this is like bone manager rig UI script. Yeah, why not Python script. Okay, this is the property name. Maybe it's not a very good thing for a, yeah, so rig UI script. Yeah, maybe something like that. Okay, I think that can work for a string. As long as these are not double underlines, I think that should be fine. Yeah, linking script, so I know what this is about. and rig UI, this is better. Okay, and then I did type text, and we don't need to check this because this will be static. Also, this I asked and actually make my answer that exactly this. This is just for those custom properties for the rig UI itself, where we want to control these values, like a pin, elbow, like I have a Nike thing for the head, something like that, right? So those are dynamic custom properties, so we want them to be checked. But in this case, no, we want this to be static. It's not something that will be changing. So it's just to link this correctly. So description, link script. Yeah, bring script. I think. And here we can do rig model collection. Yeah. For bone manager extension rig UI Python script to rig model. Now I'm confused with there's note, and now I can treat the linking method for bone manager extension. Yeah, yes. Armature link it. Okay, that should be it. Okay, then we validate. Then there should be something. Okay, so here we need to select the script. The current name of this script is okay, so it has a name that maybe, oh yeah, it's not a, this I did myself, right? So exactly this one is the iteration one. Maybe we want others, but this is the, so it's here, and save, and now this should be perfect. And this one I don't know what is about, and also I don't know if these are ever gonna be required. Okay, so this was the first. So with this thing checked here, what will happen is that, well, we can make a test right now, folks. I think I have the disposition. So now that I save here, let's reopen here, and there is this. So allow execution, right? Otherwise, the rig UI will not appear, and it will appear. It is right here. So I didn't need to rerun the script. So let's also, I could go, yeah, I have tested before, so I think you can trust me on this. This just was about running this script. However, I don't close Blender or anything like that. Now let's go for a scene where I can bring Dorothy rigged model, its rigged model collection with all these custom, all this bone manager things. So essentially, let's get here the very important topic here, right, for the workflows on rigging stuff, like for 3D animation projects, right? So here, or even, well, not in my case right now, 3D webcomics projects with Blender. So we're gonna go for the this is my asset library directory for this project. Scenery, I have changed some, and some data broken. Now I know also how to fix them, but we're gonna see that in a minute. So here we want Starship Nelson 5, yes, the big one, 00. And here all this broken. I know how, I've checked. I had some documentation on that already. Some how to say, my favorites on these topics, so exactly I know how to fix them. So we need to look for, okay, we already see something that is broken here, but this is not what matters. I'm not sure Dorothy is here. Let's try to find, okay, so we don't have Dorothy here in the maybe it's in the blend. Okay, there is some broken thing. We're gonna restore that. Actually, we can do directly from here, but this will be another topic. So what we're gonna do is just make sure that first, let me get back to the, okay, we can bring Dorothy anywhere, so can be right here. Ignore the materials, everything is kind of we need to fix those things. So I'm gonna do this in a moment, and then we go back to the rigging model after we assessed all these upgrades here. So for the bringing Dorothy, let's go back to the view layers. I think I don't know where to put her. Okay, this is an armature object for the, okay, this I'm gonna place it here, right? So in this new collection for anything that is new. So we're gonna place the 3D cursor, well, it could be here, doesn't matter. So we're gonna file link. No, what I'm doing, don't need that. We have the asset library system. So characters, let's refresh this. So characters, Dorothy, and here we have two versions. This is garbage. This is the, actually, I think the first one, yeah, this is, I can't read the name. No, the name is here. So this face dissolved. I know what I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna delete this file, but I'm just gonna bring the face with the dissolve as a reference. Yeah, just yeah. So if I want to retouch this every time, anytime, it will be, it'll like be a backup just for the face, right? So this is what we need to bring here. We're gonna bring it there, but apparently, okay, what happened is that I think this fixed the link because I reconnected. Let's make sure this is right. Yeah, no, it didn't fix, but for some reason the character was already library overridden. No, it was not, so I can't. Okay, so no, not the case. So no problem. This is just for assessing the rig UI, right? That thing, and to see if that will work. So those conflicting doesn't matter. Those conflicting assets doesn't matter. We're going to library override this, make selected and content. Now it goes somewhere else, and for some reason we also need to do this for this particular collection, which contains the armature. So now we're gonna bring this yeah, this one, it's linked library overridden. Let's bring it her here and there. Okay, but she has got a lot of things that the materials were like to do this correctly, need to fix this because it was being edited, right? So that's why those things were not ready. So what we need here to do is to check if the rig UI came along with this. Okay, it is here. And strangely, nothing appeared like run the script, right? Very curiously. I was expecting that I would need to run the script, right, manually, but, or maybe, yeah. The other thing that I need to, so is it works, and if you have rig properties, no, dynamic panel, so here's yeah, all the custom properties, even the, yeah. So everything is here. And great. So there's this huge fundamental upgrade to the workflow, fellows. So I hope this will be very relevant. And now we got to the next stage. Let's start finally the soundtrack here. And let's get these fixings here. So let's just get the fixing of this fix broken links in broken assets broken links in big blend file. Yeah, so here is the solution actually, because this is ethical whenever possible. It is the fix broken link demonstration fixing broken link. So this guy is very good. His channel is very good. This person, Grease Monkey, unfortunately, I think not building more content here. No, actually, oh yeah, good, very good. So yeah, apparently 3 weeks ago, I'm gonna add this thing. So he has lots of content for using, I think, library assets. I don't know, sometimes EV, very great tips, original solutions for a lot of things, and actually the very good explanations and demonstrations. And precisely here, this linking scenes in Blender video. So is the solution rarely found, I think, rarely explained how to use this workflow. So here Grease Monkey will show how to solve this stuff. And now we gonna, if you want to check this very good channel, glad that Grease Monkey is back in production. Probably will bring better original content. So here we're gonna, I know how to do it. It's actually relatively simple, but it is, the UI is weird, right? I get to be familiar with those things. I'm not sure okay, let's say, okay, I think it's blend file, so I'm not too familiar. So a lot of broken things here, but basically these ones, right? There's this icon and there's this icon. This is the broken link. So right click, then okay, observatory blend. What's happened I know already, because he also he or she, I don't know, explain here. So relocate, not reload, maybe reload, but no, in this case it's relocate. And we bring here actually to the Starship New Scene that asset here. That should solve that one. And so you need to do this for, so for example, this one is this one. So what I'm gonna do, because this is already here, so instead of overlapping stuff, I'm just gonna unlink here and clean some unused data, right? Let's leave this for after. Let's get this. What is this? Materials. Okay, so this is just the material. It's not that I'm linking this, is that some materials are in this thing. So I'm gonna relocate to, so it's because I've separated this all together here. So I've separated this Dirty Lounge sequence and these big starship assets. So this needs to be here, and we need to bring Dirty Lounge. And well, maybe this asset was changed in some other ways. So yeah, so here it's unclear. This didn't work here. I have to investigate. Scene modular. Okay, this I think relocate. This one might have worked. So apparently we'll have some trouble with the materials. Possibly because I've also relocated these materials. I think. Let's try. So there's a chance that they would be actually furniture. Yeah, maybe it's here. Nope. So this is still broken. And this one, why I'm linking the same thing? Okay, it doesn't matter. We're gonna try to can't relocate indirect. So okay, this one is weird because it's the same, right? It's this file. It just has a different name. So maybe let's just delete. No, I can't delete. So yeah. So the things here. In generic assets. Oh, this should be the. I think these are the. Okay, this file has changed. Yeah, these are probably in the props things. Yeah, I think it's here. Yeah, this one's up. So these were all the dummies. They were here apparently. And landscapes, what is space? Okay, it's space landscapes. Relocate. So this is like landscapes. So this is a more global thing, right? Okay, this okay linked, not linked override, but linked. So this fixed. What is here? It's probably a small broken thing. No, I don't know what this is about. Reload. Missing library. Something is missing here, but okay, I see. There's one icon there. Let's save here before something. It's lagging a little. Maybe it can cause some. Let's see. Where should be the broken thing? Yeah, this is tedious if I can't find where this. So far so good. No materials broken. Meshes maybe. One material in a bricks. All right. So let's how can I? Okay, for this I know we're gonna do directly in the material. So actually, let's try to find this object. Apparently it's this object. I don't. Yeah, it's right. I cannot. This is mesh data, right? So if I go into materials, maybe there's some. No, it's not here. So if I can find what's going here, I could update this math brick directly, right? All right. So maybe we can do from here. No. Okay, so this is more complicated. Apparently it disappeared. Okay, so we still have this one. What is this? Greenhouse. Ah, this is a big one, right? So the big one is I was having this problem here. Let's move. I need to navigate to the. So the greenhouse totally vanished because I've made it into. So now we're gonna fix this one. Yeah. This will work. There's no reason it would not work. Relocate, right click, right mouse, relocate, and now Starship Nielsen 5, and here, and that might take a little while. Yeah, there we go. And it bring it exactly, I think, in the spot that it was. Yes, seems perfect. Very good, very good. So we we saved the anarchy that was going here, or we made anarchy functional. Yeah. So here is this atelier from another character, and yeah, this was minutiously developed, but this requires some assets, some revisions. Okay, no time for this. This is like a playground idea, like a big playground idea, of course without a pool, but there are more things to do here. Let's look for the cameras. I think this is a dummy. Yes, so you see the size. I was inspired by many art also, not just my architectural experience as a kid. Probably you had some experience of similar kind. So when you're a kid, everything is bigger, right? Everything. Then when you return, if you have the chance to return to a place that you experienced as a kid, that oh, this is not so big, but it seemed very big when kid, and so the courtyard, the back, the playground, right, for schools in. I studied school in Brazil, but then a little later, still a kid, I studied in a public school in Paris, France, and yeah, so there's traditional cartoon about that, the Le Petit Nicolas. It's a literature story, and there is of the experience of being a kid in those kind of settings, right? And of course, everywhere there should be stuff like that, right? And also this was illustrated by a cartoonist, famous cartoonist, now I think deceased already. It's Stampé. So Le Petit Nicolas existed as at the same time, and if you read that, if you start to probably understand what this is about. You probably will relate to that because kids universal thing, right? Human being in this sense, right? Despite of different cultures, it's always relatable, and it's drawing, it's literature, it's stories, right? So yeah, it's all about stories. Okay, so here we're going to finish this course, and we're going to bring up some more fixings here if we can. Looks like this was fixed, and this observatory we're gonna try to relocate. Let's see this thing at already fixed. No, it's still appearing some error message somewhere. So we're gonna, now that we fixed the major, well, what we were able to fix at least, we're gonna yeah, let's see what happens. Just curious, because I already have a Dorothy linked, and then there's the older version which is broken. Let's see what happens. So this is characters and Dorothy. Didn't seem to fix it, so we're gonna maybe just delete, and now this is correct. Let's try this one once again. Enable to solve. Okay, this one. Yeah, this one solved. There's something that is not correct in those things. And then we have the yeah, this one the same. So what should I do? Delete this thing, and this one is still Strangely, there is something below it. Okay, it is in a hierarchy. Self-hierarchy. It's probably a material. Okay, it's the same material brick. And here I cannot bring it, so what kind of object would be this, right? It's something that I cannot see. Window managers. I don't see what object is this, right? So no, it's a blend file, right? It's an entire blend file. But why you have a blend file linked to itself? It absolutely makes no sense. Oh, because maybe there's some sort of dependency cycle. Like this observatory, which was made in this thing. I think it is here. No. I've moved it. I've moved it to. No, wait. There's. This is not here. I'm looking in the wrong direction. So here. So I have this observatory. This is the. In the front. Still have to build some stuff here. So this thing here is a link. Not okay. For some reason I can move it, but then we have. If I access this file, maybe that has some broken things. So we're gonna access it. And let's see if there's some broken things here. Yeah, should be doing this everywhere. So yeah, there are some broken things exactly from the starship. Let's try to. I don't know how it is managing to do. It's like a cyclic thing, right? Okay, that's fixed. And apparently now there will be no errors anymore. Okay, saving. If it doesn't auto-save anyways, then we return to original. Oh yeah, so maybe that's what's going on. Okay, here is the. Yeah, okay. So because I jumped from the Dorothy file to this, so maybe that's. Okay, so now we're gonna allow script, alright? Then we're gonna check. Alright, so the observatory was fixed, but there are still. Okay, so I think I know what we should do. I need to, whichever asset that I here, I need to fix these links. Probably some of the one. What can I find here? Not this, not this, not this. Okay, so I need to access these ones from elsewhere. They are not accessible from here, or it will be very difficult. So not waste time. Let's just open to. For example, let's use the greenhouse. Let's see if there's anything broken here. So you see, this is separated, and I've decided to do this to try to make the big scene faster. Although it's so, I'm sort of conforming to the notion that okay, I'll have to model these things in a way that I'm not looking at the other. Although I could link the thing. I don't know if it will go in the right spot. Right, the real mesh here, the real stuff is this. But yeah, we could link the other. Now that could cause a big problem, right? You have double assets then when we bring this in the original. So this can be dangerous. Still worth trying, but I think that is what will happen. Maybe not. But yeah, this sounds fucking crazy, right? So there is a big disadvantage in this, but which is that to build the the connections, right, without reference, this is not good, right? So I've decided to, well, let's bring this all together with the greenhouse, right? It could be an entirely separated asset, and also this one, because they are still sort of part of the same area. So that's why I've decided to stick them together arbitrarily. And while this part here, we will not, we'll do right, differently, right? So I still gotta make a big test here concerning this. First, there will, if I bring a linked big stuff like the whole of the starship here, will it respect the original position? I don't know. And will it duplicate itself, appears twice, if I still get this linked to the big starship scene? So there are all big questions here. All right, so we fixed at least some stuff here, and we're gonna purge stuff here just in case. Let's see what's going on here. Seems everything fine. Okay, let's go for the observatory, and let's see, everything seems right. So we're gonna purge. Okay, gonna do some cleanup, right? Then we are gonna go for the, this one is a small one, right? So maybe I should connect it with other stuff. I have to decide. Then this one is not connected to anything. Let's get, yeah, this one. Okay, so 3 errors. Unable to open, blah, 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 blah. So furniture, space landscapes, and what is this? Okay, I'll use the outliner. So first, we don't want to risk deleting anything that is broken. I don't know if that will be the case, so don't have time to test that. So we're gonna just try to relocate here. So relocate, this is furniture, so this is in the big folder here, props, furniture, fixed, and this is a space landscapes, relocate, big stuff, landscapes and space landscapes, done, fixed. Then anything broken else, apparently no error message. We're going to then go to the unused data and purge and save, and that should be it. And now we go back to something else. Let's try the space satellite. Something broken indeed. So blend thing, libraries. Okay, same thing, relocate. So probably materials. Yeah, it's annoying because if we change the name, it doesn't auto-update. It breaks the link if you change the name of the file. So this is something they should improve. It's very, very problematic. Props, furniture, okay. Solved. I didn't know how to solve, or I learned and unlearned, right? Because so many things, and I haven't worked enough with this process in the workflow in the asset library system to be aware of every little detail, right? So I remember the technique, some of the technique, but I forgot the process exactly how to do it. It's a bit obscure, right? There's another stuff here, but they don't seem to do the trick. Okay, so apparently here everything is right, so just need to purge some data here just in case. Yeah, folks, so we are preparing the ground. So today I want to be working on the stairs. We're gonna make the commander or captain's quarters, or office, I prefer to say. Yeah, it could be quarters. No, it's more like an office. Her office, Cora. I don't have the character design here to show, but I would need to start creating her. I have, but not in immediately accessible data right now for the stream. So space highway, just this one. Did we check this one? No. Okay, lots of broken stuff here. Also, we are almost done with these steps here. Library, so Dorothy, because oh yeah, because the character. Okay, so this time we'll do this. Okay, fixed. Oh no. Okay, let's restart. And still trying to fix this stuff, so we're gonna even a scene is broken. Scene's landscape. Okay, it doesn't matter right now. Let's go to blend file, libraries, let's try again, relocate. I never checked this log, so I don't know what is. Just maybe there's something that can bring me some insight. Okay, so I'm just gonna note. Okay, so maybe it's because some data of this link was radically. Yeah, we're gonna maybe this one works, but not this one. So this one we're gonna just unlink. We're gonna try to. Okay, so not gonna fix this. We're gonna delete props furniture. Okay, this we're gonna. Okay, so no crash here, so it's just for space landscapes. Natasha, well, save here before, and it's another character, but I haven't changed this character, so I think that will be fine. Okay, then we have Dorothy. Lounge, okay, cannot relocate indirect limbers. Maybe I need to access this first, then we. Characters. Natasha. Yeah, something here. Starship. Okay, this one is cannot. Okay, so lots of broken stuff here. Cannot. Well, maybe this I can. But it doesn't seem to fix the icons and Starship. Okay, so I don't know what are these, but these scenes, if it's not material stuff, possibly some. Yeah, it seems already looks good. So with the space landscape, everything. So it's not. We are gonna. Yeah, okay. This I'm gonna take a risk here. Let's purge this and just in case. Then we're gonna. Blend file. Let's go for the bigger one. And probably here we got, yeah, allow execution. Yeah. So a lot of broken things here. This is one of the last. Okay, let's start. Let's hope there's not too much. Yeah, there are a lot of things here. This one probably will bring twice, so we're gonna delete. Why it is in itself? Questions. It cannot bring from itself, whatever. Furniture, okay, this. Okay, lagging but works. Modular. There are corridors. All right, starship. Aha, okay. And this one, for some reason, yeah, so not working. Then furniture here. No, this one is not broken. This one, dark corridors. This one. Okay, probably this is the same little material there. Yeah, so I have some difficulties here with this. Let's try now to go back to this and see if there's... No, so I don't understand. So this will have to manually check. So let's reopen Dorothy Lounge here and... Lot of problems still. Something is missing to... Okay, now there's just one link, so less worse. It's like it's attempting to bring... Okay, so I need to find where this is used. Bricks Way. And... That will be a bit tough, right? I need to inspect this. Occasionally I will find and then, oh, it will be here, right? For example, this one. Bricks 01. Bricks Way. It probably is, yeah, it's a missing material of one object somewhere. Oh, looks, there are some, no, these are assets I couldn't locate. Ah, here are Bricks Way. Okay, Mat A Bricks Way. So why can't it... It's grayed off like this because... Grayed out because it is... This one. So... All right. So there's something about... Can't do this, right? Well, it's the same name. And it's coming from the modular... Okay, we're gonna check then. Yeah, I'm gonna save here. Maybe it is broken here, Bricks Way. Maybe it has a different name. It is here. It's coming from this. So... okay, so an interesting thing here is to check where this is coming from. It is coming from current file. So this is the source of this. So for some reason, in one material part, this is the link was broken. Not for all the materials of this, but is exactly here. All right. So anything here that I have to purge. Let's see. Blend file. Here everything seems correct. Let's open. Then I'm about to... Okay, I didn't see what happened, but I'm about to complete the process here. Modular. Oh, now something seems to have functioned. Furniture. It's still giving these errors. And here, cannot relocate indirect. Okay, so anyways, we're gonna purge stuff here. Maybe this is causing the problems. And we're gonna reopen this. Try to check. Just a few. Okay, just a few errors now. Not a big list. Lib data refers to main mat. What was that name for? Carpet lounge. Something from Dorothy, a material that I've made there that doesn't exist here, that cannot be linked. And then unable to locate. This is probably the okay, this path, maybe this path is wrong. I can't assess, but it just say this doesn't exist. One library and lead are missing. Check info and outliner info. Never check this for this thing. Where is info? Now this is updated, right? I see. This is modular scenery, modular corridor. Okay, some are old. This is new, but the other is old. Lots of errors here. Okay, so this is enough, folks. I don't want to be doing this, but enough experiencing fixing this stuff, right? So it can be pretty useful on occasions. It sounds like that I would have something hidden file here, but it's not the case. Not a duplicate here, nor anything. So it's just that it cannot refresh this stuff. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna I'm gonna find later where they are, and so we can go back to the. There are a few things here that I think. Let's check this one. Maybe I forgot to purge. This is fine. Okay, and then we go back to. Is it generating data every time? Yeah, it seems that it generates data every time, so I don't know why this happened, but okay, then we get here and let's see now if this has any error. Yeah, I still have some errors, unfortunately, but what we can see now is that what we can check here is that we have made some. Let's try this one now. Nope. Something happened. Okay. Nothing. Nothing. And nothing. So this is the maximum that I apparently can get from it. So eventually I'll find what is not working here, right? And then we can start fixing this. So the navigation here would be with cameras, and if I haven't messed this up, select active camera. Okay, this is the bridge camera. Let's see the hallway navigation. This is new. Wow, look at that. This behavior didn't exist. Wow, that's fantastic. Okay, this needs a highlight. So big scene, camera collection, camera objects collection navigation from outliner. Technique. Yeah, method. Yeah, technique. Yeah, it's a small thing. But essentially this technique, right, you see, this I think it's a Blender 4.5 LTS thing, maybe. So you see, by just clicking the icon of the camera, I have a lot of camera that I've accurately placed on strategic points of each of these interiors of the starship. For example, let's say, where is the greenhouse? The greenhouse is this big stuff here. It's a wait, this is not a good thing to. Let's try another big tree. Okay, let's try this one. No, is a okay, let's try this thing here. Okay, so this is the atelier of the greenhouse. So this is the greenhouse area. And there's a camera somewhere. I don't see. Okay, here's the camera, but not sure this is the actual camera. Let's see. What's the name of camera? Stairway. Okay, so this camera is badly positioned. We're gonna make that camera. Yeah, we're gonna shift control alt 0. It's my no, this is okay. I don't know what I did here, but that's control Z anyways. So let's go back to this place here. I'm sure that this camera apparently has the wrong. Yeah, it shouldn't be here. So what we need is to make it active. Yeah, it's this one. So let's click it here. So when I click the active camera, nothing happens. But if I am numpad 0 inside the camera and then I click, I can insta switch navigate between the places, between the camera. So this is super cool. So and then you just middle mouse button click outside of the camera, because if you start to move start to move with the camera, then you start to displace the camera, right? We can lock this, but not by locking the object itself. In my experience, we can lock, but it's very crude. To be very raw stuff to do. It will bone constraint the object constraint the camera, then it is unmovable. But it is dirty trick, right? I wouldn't use that unless I really wanted to. Yeah, because if I lock this camera object here, I can still force navigate it. No, I can't. Oh, they've updated this. Okay, so great change. I didn't know this. Now now I can move back and forth, but new stuff here. Very cool stuff. All right. So that's very good news. I didn't know. I think this didn't exist right before a few iterations of Blender. This thing is getting super good, right? All right. So now we can get these stairways and move it to the stairways. The problem is the stairways is this thing, right? So we need to navigate a little. Or I didn't need to bring the camera, right? Actually, you can stay here, right? Let's look for the stairways collection, and let's find the parent of this stuff. It's a empty object with this shape here. I think it's this one. Yeah, it has the name. I think this is important. Okay, and so there. We are going to find a spot here that we want. I think I placed a dummy here to match, to know where the... Oh, no, it is here. I've changed. Where is the dummy? Here. So I will place this. Yeah, the camera will place it here. So you're gonna to do this. There are different ways, of course. I think I need to have it at the active camera, so no wrist. And so here we're gonna bring the camera here by Control Alt 0, and now this camera has been placed here. Yeah, there is this. Let's see if all are matching. So space outside, right? Strategically placed. We see some other stuff there. We could lock these cameras for safety. It's not a bad idea, right? Hold Alt and yeah, cannot move. Okay, this is good lock. Good locking. Let's look for, yeah, there's this one. Bridge, fine. Bridge shot. I have this. Yeah, like this is an extra camera. No need this. Hallway. Okay, here I've just lost numpad 0. Yeah, just a hallway. Okay, this is fine. What is this one though? Hallway navigation. Oh, I think there's an animation about this one. It was used to follow a curve, I think. Yeah, but it is not. Okay, let's do just so it's clear what this is about. Greenhouse facade, why not? Yeah, because we want to edit some stuff here. Okay, stairways, lounge. Okay, the diplomatic lounge. It's not a very good position there, but okay. Deck. Okay, also not a very good one. Let's unlock some stuff here and okay, this is more likely. Now all the lightings here on EV, I have to rechange them because in Blender 4.5 LTS, I believe already, we are able to use the exposure value directly from the light objects. Each, beside other temperature things, which I'm not sure if I'm gonna use for cartoony events, but artwork. But if we check here not here, but yeah, I think I can simplify this. Where is the color? Okay, I'm trying to look for the color management here. Okay, this is reset. So you don't need to play with this anymore and suffer with darkness, eternal darkness of EV anymore, because now you can boost the lightings without disrupting the lighting. So this is super cool. Okay, let's relock this camera. And look for more. Okay, so here is this area here. This was supposed to be on a smaller shuttle or starship, but I ended up making it part of this entire thing, and maybe this is a displaceable sub shuttle of the starship. Yeah, it's possible, right? I need to figure out how to make this mechanism, but here we got this. Anyways, this is sort of working. This can work. This is very good for the here. Okay, this is the hub upper control station, which is something that I will have to verify if this needs to still be on the starship, right? It's actually good because yeah, it fills room, right? It fills space. So because it's so big, it can have some. Yeah, but I already starting to displace it. I'll have to as a separate ship. Yeah, so I have to think about it, where to place this thing. It was previously somewhere like there. Yeah, maybe I should do this, right? Okay, so what I need to do is to find this. Does it have any parent here? Control station. Okay, that means that if I... So I may just making up my mind about this. There should be a... This. So this collection here... looks like it doesn't have an empty object, right? So I'm gonna make an empty here. Let's try to... I don't know where the cursor is. Let's Alt G this. Let's see where it goes. Alt R, Alt S. All right. We're going to... Its origin might be in the world center. Yeah, it's in the world center. There we go. Maybe it's not good. Let's see how we did the rest. Yeah, all in the... Okay, so origins will stay there. Yeah. So that means that we have to create like empty. I'm using this for this. Control Shift 1 shortcut for this name. We're gonna then parent the control station. Yeah, first move this to control station, parent this to this, Control P, keep transforms. The pattern of naming is 10 empty control station. I don't know, remember what is the G is for... it's for geometry, right? So no, not confusing this thing. So empty stuff. Okay, so here we're going to just move this thing. And since we have this upper part here, we could probably place this somewhere like... Yeah, I have to fix this geometry, but the idea is clear. We're gonna edit this whole thing here. Yeah, let's see if we can Here I'm confused about how to handle this thing for a long time. I don't do this thing, but it's very simple. We need to create like a wall, and yeah, this vertex is wrong, so maybe I dissolve this and okay, let's delete this thing, and then there's a big hole here, and then we just need to try to connect the back of it. Yeah, so it will be gonna try to match this to the, yeah, something like here. And here we can GG. We can reshape these designs accordingly. Extrude here. For now, just this, and then we gonna yeah, why not, right? Now we cannot make that a wall thing, right? We need to okay, so gonna just extrude this like here. After we see what is happening to the mesh, and so this, yeah, this pick these whole faces here, and we're gonna check what edge crease is this thing. Okay, 0.7, Control V. So shift, yeah, actually just this and copy, well, alt enter here. And so, yeah, we have some control station that is located here in the very top. It could be focusing on the other direction, right? Not too hard to achieve, but then I have the same problem there, right? For now, let's live like this. The hole is okay. There was still one thing, hub lower. Yeah, let's see what is this one. This is badly located, so we're gonna move this camera manually this time. Another way to carry this around, we gonna look for the stairs. Where's, oh, there you go. Okay, so we need to go in this hall here. Better with this thing. Yeah, here. And we have a Suzanne, alien Suzanne here. And now we can, yeah, accept this position for now. And I think these glasses materials are broken. We're gonna, no, they are not broken. Okay, I've already fixed them. But the lights are horrible, as you can see. I've seen that I've changed the appearance of certain objects. This is themes. I've changed the themes of the lights of the light objects. Yeah, they are different colors. The empties and other stuff, I guess. Wait, Why this doesn't change them? Because it was selected. All right, so we are still building on that, but I'm gonna focus for the storytelling precisely for a scene that is gonna be for very soon. Very soon. No, cannot say very soon. Need a whole character modeling and Dorothy rig model template to be correct. But technically it should be very feasible in 1 month. So let's use what we have here. We want the stairways here. So this place is where we're gonna make some assets. Today we're gonna try to populate this with some door. We're gonna make a door opening. We're gonna start to create some features here, and I'm inspired for this in some African, futuristic Africanish African I think, I don't know where from Africa, probably Zimbabwe and some other you know, there's these huts with colorful things, and so there'll be a mix of inspirations, and there will be some vases with plants, everything right here, but we'll also have this I'm thinking how we can get some organic things around here. So it will be just here, or maybe one the other side, or the entire. So maybe they're not necessarily all repeated. The base mesh here might be this. This is arrayed, but I think if I need to do something different here, we're gonna have to yeah, I hope that I won't need to make different variations of array, and I can keep the door opening spawning everywhere, and then how it is the covering of those things happen, that will be secondary. So this is the structure that I'm using, right? So there are a lot of things to do, but this particular scene here, it could be done by just making one good setting for the, I'm lost again, for the captain. And here you see that the zoom, no, this is not zooming the camera, it's just my own zoom, right? So it's very hard to spot the dummy. Okay, folks, so this is enough for this part. Let's return to the rigging. And no, before that, there is Dorothy somewhere here. Did we got this cleaned up? Are there 2 of them or something like that? No, I think it's correct. No problem. I already cleaned that up. There are some errors, but that doesn't matter if it's not affecting the eventually I hope to be able to solve these errors. It might be just stuff from older versions, things that might be very hard to fix, but that are really not gonna affect the, I hope, the what's going on here. So if we click here for the armature object and numpad 0, not numpad period, we get here. This is not using the compositing of, so I need a camera for compositing. So actually we're gonna make a new camera here. We're gonna add a camera here because I don't want to be displacing. So this will be camera, so 00 cam compositing. Yeah, so it will be, move this to here, cameras go, and so we can use now, oops, we can shift control alt 0 to make this one the active one. Very dangerous to... Sorry I've made this operator so difficult, because if you do this in an object, you become the object. The camera become the... This is nightmarish, and you can't stop. It's very difficult to understand what's going on. What is this thing though? Ah, this is just a gizmo for the spotlight. And we have some very bad lighting here, right? Also, this material got lost. Let's recover it. Matte. Well, it seems to be there, but no, it's not there. What's going on here? So... maybe some light is excruciatingly heavy in this place, and this is creating this bad effect for this material, very likely. The link is not broken, but let's just in case. Ah. Yes, okay, so it was weird. It was referencing, it was linked. It wasn't saying it was broken. Maybe it was one of the broken ones anyways. Here we got a lot of stuff to fix here, right? So let's make sure all those links are correct. This probably is, let's override everything here. Maybe I should start organizing this by type, right? By folder, subfolders here. Start to become, it will be harder and harder to navigate in here, right? Yeah, why not? Let's make some... let's make a... making more library... how do you call these folders? A technique... new asset catalog. Yeah, it's a catalog, so not folder. Interesting. Making subcatalogs for materials, material listing in asset browser for asset library workflow. Yes, very needed. So here you see that I've made huge effort already to try to get some notation, nomenclature, I think it exists in this word in English, for organizing the materials for myself. So I've changed, so everything that is glassy, I've placed this. Okay, this is not new, right? Tissue, of course, this existed already, and then some animation, I think, and then some yeah, some iris, this organic stuff. But here organic stuff, like, but this is wood, also comes in here. Rubber stuff, plastic, anything that is really like that would come like here. Organic chemistry, maybe, whatever. It's a nature and some stuff like that, right? Synthetic, but rubber, plastic stuff. Then you have rocky stuff, including sand and stuff like that, right? Concrete, even if they are yeah, brick stuff, then it is still cubes. And these are metals, metallic stuff. And then we have these, which are like emissions, lamps, stuff like that. And these are, although it looks like the name brick suede, is actually emission shader, so, or emission shading, right? Because now we have emission directly in the principal BSDF shader node. Not sure if I need to update that, but... And the glass... Why? And so some names here... Yeah, so they have like Matt B. These have wrong namings. Where is this from? Current file, so we need to find where it is. Yeah, can I find where a material is? Yes, probably here. Of course, not from here, but from... No. Data P, no. Okay, here. This was assetized from here. And... Niche, okay. Okay, here it is, but what is this? Maybe it is a old metal that looks like crude and not versioned correctly. Let's check in the shader editor. It's not this. Okay, this won't help. It already has some setup, so we're gonna just open here another Shift F3 shader for object. Let's look at this thing. So let's look which material has got it. It's on the... Okay, it's all around. It doesn't seem... Color ramp, Voronoi. It seemed very crude and interesting. Metal patch. I have other metal aluminum 01, so the problem... Okay, let's make a comparison here. See what they are like. Voronoi texture. It's essentially the same thing. Beckman, color map, metallic. Oh, this one is using a metallic. This one too is using a metallic. So Voronoi and yeah, they're essentially the same thing. So we're gonna actually... Yeah, we're gonna substitute this. And we're gonna delete that. And now we have some other stuff here. We need to... Carpet maroon. Did I name something like that? Brown, yeah, so... Interesting, but I don't see the material here. Home. It's like it's nothing. It's like, yeah, let's change this. Override. Carpet red. And lamp anim tree. So not sure it's the same, but it doesn't matter. We'll get some stuff here. Oh, the highlight, right? I'll have to find it to change the time, right? It's animated, right? The animated have this... Yeah, this at symbol. Let's play. It's terrible. Well, let's try another one. Yeah, I'll need to reset those. Okay, this working for now. We can let's one here what this does. Yeah, let's just leave this one. We don't care. And we have to, yeah, just actually some select just this one. So we're gonna reset and let's see what happens. Yeah, now it's good. All right. So we have made a few updates in this stuff. You see things suddenly start to look better, right? So we're gonna see here possibly some library after I override everything. Override, but in another sense. When I override this old material with the new one, so this is like I want to anesthetize this. If it's ever somewhere, I know how to do it. We're gonna bring it to. Okay, let's try to recall it. Matte aluminum linked. No, I don't know. Maybe it's this one. Yeah. So we're gonna anesthetize it and delete. We're gonna delete it from it. Oh yeah, hold on. It exists in 18. All right. So I have to find a way to substitute it. Yeah, it's like this. Click a thing and start to bring the new update because I think everything broke. This is what happened actually because just I changed one file. This is a nightmare thing, right? It's not smart enough apparently to reconfigure this stuff, and apparently this one which has a different name doesn't identify, right? So whatever. Okay, now for the categorization here, catalog. So I'm gonna make the catalogs here. So add some. I'm gonna call this mat emissions. So I'm gonna bring glass simple. Yeah, those ones from here we're gonna ignore. I cannot anesthetize them from here, so it's okay, but we're gonna bring this into emissions. Doesn't seem to be working. And this is so this is pretty annoying. There are already enough feedback indicating that why the Blender needs to urgently, or it's a big task. We need to, because you see you cannot manage the assets from the asset library from different blend file. You need to be exactly on the asset the blend file where these assets are sourced, and so this is super encumbering. It's very bad, and there are other things that are very bad, but it is as long as we are aware of the limitations, which is hard because it start to suffer a lot, but the system is good. Like I really love it, but it needs some updates, and I don't know why they are taking so long to make critical updates like this one, for example. But there are a lot of feedbacks. Even I already made some feedback on it. So some of these assets, if one of them are from this scene, they will be they'll be. So gonna add matte B metals or metallic. Well, metals is fine. So we're gonna So if anything is sourced from this, it will, okay, Sclera is actually not, yeah, so these one are actually a mistake. And no one are from this. Yeah, so then we have, well, let's create some. Yeah, it is not creating the right position. Okay, so I'm just gonna create some many here, and then we got to look at the mat B, mat C, rocks, right? Maybe this C and D with this catalog might be not really required, right? But okay, I already started doing that, so why not keep it? There's a good pattern. Mat A emissions already set. Let's see if there's anything that will go there. Oh, all this exists only from, so you see, so you'll still see them listed here, but now they also will show in here, right? Now mat D, I think is organic, I don't know. Leaves, foliage, I don't know. Doesn't matter. And then we have mat E, I don't remember, and mat F, which I think is some sort of exception. I think there's no mat G, at least not for now. And so we could keep creating this, although there won't be enough icons in the end. There should be more icons like this. So yeah, so mat. Yeah, we'll call mat D organics. This name, I don't know where they are. I just had in my memory maybe. So then we have glasses, mat E glasses, and mat F, oh, tissue. F and, oh yeah, so there's more. Mat G, okay. Fluids, I'm really not sure what is that. Maybe it's videos, right? Clips, yeah, like possibly clips. Gonna save here. We need to update, but here is like glasses, and here we got, what is that one? Yeah, hard time to remember. Tissues, right? Fabrics. All right, and then all on the plural, that's fine. Update here, and there we go. So let's make some additions, because if we catch some of them which, these are unassigned from, okay, let's bring all of these to, here's a screen, okay, but it won't move. Let's move to materials. Okay, I think nothing moved. So this is something that needs some readdressment sometimes, readdressing. Okay, let's get emissions and move, yeah, just double checking here. Metals. I shouldn't assetize this, or maybe I should, because, so this will be organic, right? They are from, okay, they are two, because actually it's Dorothy and others, so this should vanish. It's just, this should be organic. All right, so we could already place it here, right? And then we're gonna get, I'll show you how this will vanish. So then we have this, in case you don't know, then here the blocks, some seem to have disappeared. I had more. Where they went? Very strange. I thought, okay, anyways. Then organics, we're gonna bring here. It's empty, so nothing is coming from. This should be highlighted in some way. There should be some star. Okay, here, this is from this, right? Absolutely. So you can, there's another thing. If you can clear asset, then it means that, but it is not practice. It's not super intuitive. Glasses, fabrics, and these are the videos, I think. Clips, yeah, screen, yeah, these are clips indeed. Yeah, this, what are they doing in the very end? Why they are not organized? Mat C. Why are they sorted by catalog? Not sure. What the hell is this? Within a single catalog, assets are ordered by name. The catalogs are in order of the flattened catalog hierarchy. I can't understand that. Okay, I want the by alphabetic order then. Because I've did that manually and these ones, well, reuse of this, why not? So shaders, they can be, yeah, so you could move them to organic, but they are not from here, so it's useless. All right, so we are going to just do a last round of carpet green. So now this is, there's green, just to redefine this place. It's teal, then we have crossed, wait, why do I have two of them? Dorothy lounge sequence and furniture. Okay, I think I bring it to furniture, so let's place it here. Then this is done, this is done. You see that the material is not showing because it's broken. Wall metal. What is wall metal? Just one metal serving for a wall, so could be anything. And here also you have this problem, two of the same kind with, no, this is because of Dorothy, right? Ah, this one is made by Dorothy, it's her jacket. Let's just use this one here. I don't know where it is, but at least we have this thing fixed. Glass outer space, all right, this is the one. And finally we get back visibility. Oh, this is inverted, right? Select by normal, Alt F, flip, no, not Alt F. What is the, okay, it's the right click. No, Shift N inside. Okay, that's it. Recalculate normals. Looks like we have more problems with normals everywhere. Yeah, because this actually will have a subdivision. Okay, never mind. And what about this thing? This it's not the ceiling of this place, it's the floor of the Yeah, so that doesn't matter here. We're gonna figure this out later. And base metal, okay, this is very old. It was not acetized here. Darken, what is this? Wave texture. Where is this? What is even the... Okay, the wrong way. The wrong material. Okay, then here we got bricks way. Very easy. There we go. And then we can, of course, reorganize some of this. Whichever way we feel better. I can use this organization here, that's fine. And now what that means is that we started to have a colorful scenery back once again. Something about this glass is not seeming to work properly. I wonder what is going on. It was, this glass shouldn't behave like that. I'm on EV, yes. What could be? For some reason it's not showing transparency, although maybe this is broken also on workbench. Possibly this one will have to, yeah, maybe some change on EV. Will have to rework how this thing works entirely. Maybe there's something about the... No, it's blended, so this is better for clear glass, so far as I know. It's very complicated. I think I don't like to handle those things. I just want simple cartoony solutions that work. Stylized render. Okay, so let's get the camera here. Let's return to the view and let's see if we get what you're getting here. It's clearly this glass is broken. It's not doing the proper job. Okay, this is the compositor for Among Us style that I'm not using. So this, let's actually not use the yeah, this setup, like I was testing it elsewhere, so I don't really need it. I think I can bring it anytime here, so might be cool to test, but it's just more confusing. So we're gonna just delete. We're gonna rebuild our original one. Not rebuild, we're gonna bring back what was creating it, its potential. So we're gonna get here just for here, and that should do. And new Syn 5 EV, yes. Then we have a lot of things to rebuild here, but this is not the topic here. And you see that the glass apparently will not be composite, will not be rendering. It's completely grayish like that. Could be some lighting problems, but we are not gonna care. Here it seems that we... No, it's really like... And this is really a hole, so it's nothing. Alright, so... Weird. Very weird. Alright, folks, let's return to the rig finally. Sorry for the delay that took so much, but this is also very interesting, right? If we're involved. So first I'm gonna destroy this thing. We're gonna bring, yeah, low execution. So we are going to, so the only thing that I need is that we're gonna make a little quick thing here. So this is an old version, so I can delete it, but I want to pick this thing. I've subdivided strategic parts of the mesh. So essentially we could, from here, like the only thing that I need here is actually, yeah, this, if I invert this selection, delete, then I want to get this. We want just the face, the head, maybe even here, okay, and hide everything. So select this, expand, and we're gonna invert, delete everything. We are gonna, so I was testing here if I could simplify the, you see, reduce the amount of face loops and edge loops, actually edge loops to be more precise, and still have good deforms for, and that will be much better because that will highly reduce the processing time. It will be probably quite beneficial. So I'm gonna delete. Yeah, this is the worst way to delete stuff, but okay, no, what I'm doing, just deleting all collections. Just get this, invert, and delete everything, and there you go. So we just have this, and this, and then so I just have this mesh data here to care about. This is just this dissolve face loop. So we're gonna bring, there are other ways to do this, but we're gonna bring this Dorothy and allow execution. Okay, it's the annoying part. I don't want to always allow execution, but where would be, because I want to know what is being run, right? So is there a system? What is this? No. Script, so that'll be, okay, there should be an option here to control this. This is actually very important, right? Let's try to find it in the, so Blender preferences on opening blend file option. AI, dumb AI, that will bring sometimes accurate results by stealing, right? By evil means. Blender offers an option which is preferences automatically run script. This run script is located under edit preference, save and load file. Okay. Preference ever. Okay, so this would be the way to. So it was here, but auto run Python scripts. Okay, so here is it. So I can always do that, and then we can adjust from here and add auto exclude path. Add path to exclude from auto execution. Okay, but isn't that some sort of inversion? is strange, right? I think this should be the opposite, but anyways, we check here. Gonna save, we're gonna open Dorothy. It auto-run the script. If it's true, we have this. That's it. So we're gonna just add another thing here, backwards in time, right? But this is always run Python script. Find it as in preferences. Important. Yes, because if you check in the, then you where to find, you have to waste time. So it's good to know. So here this is done. We are improving the workflow slowly but certainly. We want now to get those materials fixed. So for example, here I think we have some sclera, and you see that why you have this variation here. Principal BSDF because of the, oh yeah, because we wanted to make it an emission, right? And here is just no emission, right? Yes, this is a technique I was testing. So yeah, we can leave it. It's not, this one is assetized, but apparently it wasn't updated as with the proper icon here. You see this? Where is the icon? Okay, it's here. No, it's here. No, it's preview. Okay, it's this one. So I need to update them from actually this one, actually, from the asset here. Yeah, here we're gonna call it actually F. We're gonna refresh. For some reason it doesn't like to update, right? So test. This is a pose asset. Yeah, delete pose asset. Yes, I don't need this. These ones are unassigned, so just in case there's anything here, we're gonna bring this to the materials. Apparently nothing went, so nothing is from this file. And so where is the materials? Yes. Then this is from this file, and this is also from this file. Okay, no, this is the other double thing. Aisha, no, this is Aisha. It's not glass simple. Okay, this is very weird. No, it's not from here. So this is just mistakes. Yeah, Aisha, no, not from here. Can't solve anything here. So I'm curious why this thing is not refreshing. Okay, let's do something. This seems hard, glitched in. Ah, because this is the older one. No. Okay, so you're gonna do this, and then we're gonna mark as asset. and it's an assign. Oh, now it is. Yeah. So no, that sounds buggy. So materials, and beyond materials, we're gonna bring it for. Well, there's. Okay, so this seems to be no mat B. It's not this one. It is mat F. Oh, here it is. Okay, so and here sort by, yeah. So there we go. Now this is correct. This I need to check if they have any variants, but no problems. Here also. Okay, I know what's going on. Here we got just to cleanse this stuff. So now that we got this thing ready, we are gonna bring some base here. So file append. Then we're gonna get from the parallel character this thing, mesh data this thing, and here we got this thing, and we're gonna just move this into a yeah, we're gonna use this to move to be clustering our stuff here, but for now this will be good for better for workflow. We're gonna call this sub div face. Yeah, this solve face. Yeah, and we're gonna do this, and that's it. Now we can delete that terrible thing. I should never do this. So now when we open here, we check the asset library, and you see stuff have annoying doubles, have duplicates, have vanished. F was wrong. We're gonna rename this. It was not F, it was actually D. And it auto updates. This is very good. No need to reassign from here. Oh, good. Yes. And it's also Dorothy here vanished. Great. This is a grease pencil. We can unacetize this. Okay, now it will be time for the actual rigging developments. So what we can do here is to, yeah, we could start by, why not, there's this annoying shading here that yeah, I'm gonna go in the shader editor. We are already there, right? We are gonna join up here. So this is a bit tricky, but it's actually pretty simple. We have, what we have is that we have first we have a makeup texture. This is actually, yeah, it's very incorrectly located. It's like actually a Dorothy makeup texture file. Not, it could be procedural, right? But yeah, the idea is to simplify, right? I don't like to have a lot of texture files. I think this is the worst thing in terms of workflow, but CG art even, right, is crazy. So so I made this into a texture that probably have to repaint it already from here, right? But we're not gonna change it right now. I'm just showing what this is. And here is the skin shade, skin matte texture, already painted directly from here. And then we have a procedural masking, which was a bit tricky, but what to build, it's always confused me. But the idea is that, okay, let's hide some stuff here so you can see more clearly. Yeah, so this thing here, actually, it's like for the pantyhose, right? So it's just went 2 up because we changed the proportions of the character. So this stood in place. We'll just have to change this, and I think this can be achieved by not the rotation but the location. So it's something like this. Yeah, so I'll need the costume. Yeah, also the angles might have changed, so we need to probably do something about this. Yeah, so we're gonna try to find the adequate angle here. So we could just look for certain things here, like this, and yeah, the belt is below, right? So it doesn't, the belt is not important, so it's more like this. Or we could say that this could go up entirely. Let's test. This could work. No, it's weird, right? So we're just gonna so as long as if this doesn't have any problematic appearance, yeah, here this is not good, right? Need to, yeah, also can change some aspects of the mesh there also, but yeah, there's some point here we need to I think this can work already. It's anyways, this already some sort of fixing, right? Lower than that, then it will be more about fixing this mesh here that I haven't reworked too much. It's dipping too much right here. It's not necessarily wrong, but it's not maybe it's a bit too exaggerated, right? So we can improve this, and here we can also change this clothing pattern. Make it tighter across the waist. I think here is just the belt that is in. Yeah, it is not well positioned, so have to revise this later. Okay, so does not help. Yeah, I think I've made these shorts too large after some iterations. Okay, very nasty things to fix here. easy. Yeah, just time consuming. I'm not gonna fix everything here, just gonna make it look just acceptable for a better visualization, rapid visualization, right? All right, so also this eyebrow here, I think we can do something about this by snapping this to face a line here and just snap something like this. Yeah, this is better. There are some shapes here on the forehead that absolutely will need to solve from the perspective. Yeah, also on the muzzle, it's very incorrect. But we're gonna do that. Fix those things. Not now. There are other things to be. What is this? The pose asset, no, the asset browser editor. So let's go back here and let's try to work on what is the title of this. Why I made this one? Yeah, there's another version here, but that's fine. This, because it's just for this character, it's not linkable. It's not an asset. So if I change this, we would have another. Yeah, actually this is a little more complicated. You need to select only this mesh. Oh, I was using the wrong one. All right, so actually there's a little another fix here to do. You need to update back to the shading. So what we need to do is transfer the same data here. Yeah, actually we're gonna copy, yeah, copy, paste. Copy, paste. And I think that's just that. Yeah. This has an emission. So, you know, this is why we need data to be linked. So you can have a linked node or group node, or actually maybe, yeah, it's still not good enough. I think group can be linked. But so you could have like, I wouldn't have to edit here this and this, although they are objects, actually materials, like some kind of object in this programming system that have data, which could also be considered objects, but this data is not you need to create a driver, right, to make this to be the same as this, or make this into a group node. And then you have to have the group nodes being an asset just for this little thing. So this is not good, right? I'd like to have, connect this with this, right? And forget anything else, right? All right, so I think this has solved, but I want to double check. So what we need to do here is to get in EV, because we have procedural stuff going on, and we need to select this thing. Okay, now I've already changed, right? So this is why this is much darker now, is because this is not an emission. This one was emitting light from the stuff. Here I forgot to change, so this is why this is. And this UV doesn't seem very correct for some reason. So I'm gonna just just do this. Although this probably No, it doesn't. In this case, there's no image texture here, so nothing to do here. All right, we could make it as part of the. Oh, there's some weird things going on. We can probably fix that too. Okay, so EV, we would need some light, right? Or actually, because it's EV, but this can cause some confusion later on. But no, we just want visibility here. So we're gonna make a generic color management here for exposure. Something like 2, maybe, no, 3. 3 and 4 maybe. Yeah, 4 is good. We have enough visibility. Okay, this can work. Because we're not gonna bring those settings. So that means that all this environment stuff is really not even needed here. Maybe for assessing materials. Yeah, it can still be useful, but it's like in some sense. So I need to wave paint and make bones automation, but I need a brick, folks, because I've been doing this straight to. I'm gonna get like yeah, I'm gonna give maybe 20 minutes, 15 minutes, okay? And then no, sorry, 20. So we're gonna get 20 minutes here, and then I return for the rigging, and then I'm gonna go deep into wave paint and the bones automation. Gonna try to do the most of the bone automations remaining for the automations of the helper rig and any other things that remain. But I think it's just the helper rig. Just to get as much as we want, even if we don't have the good waves yet, because there are some data missing. So we're gonna just write here. No, not this. Hold on. How do I erase this? Hold. No, hold. Okay, whatever. Hold control, right? So next is bone automations. It's like helper. And then also wave pain. Yes, this. So waited for two times in my raw sessions days. I forgot. Hadn't the patience to do this. The focus. Now we'll have. Welcome back, folks. Sorry about the pause. Now we are back. Let's get some other soundtrack here. Refreshing some developments here because... All right, so there are very interesting things to achieve, but what I'm most curious about is to see if I can get a better... hold on, we first are gonna delete these notations here. Annotation. So basically there is some riggers, even I at some point I've realized that this seemed to work well, but of course it has some issues, especially when it comes to inverse kinematics. So for example, let's make this an octahedral bone. So if a limb, let's say this is an arm, right? Upper arm, well, shoulder, upper arm, lower arm, or forearm and hand, right? But then some riggers, they found out that actually if I make an elbow bone, like a continuation, then this joint, actually there are two joints, which is actually more realistic. Two joints for the elbow. Actually there are more. The bone system is real bone system, or anatomic is more complex, right? But structurally, this sort of makes sense for the skinning. The problem is that, okay, but then how this bone will be moved? So this is a problem of the mechanism and control rig, because if this bone has waves, okay, this will be very well, but then what we do with, like, for example, here let's get in auto IQ option, like to mimic, let's pick this bone even. So you see that, okay, we have an automation that actually looks like a natural bending, right? However, for my setup, this can pose some problems sometimes, because if I'm picking yeah, so you see this is not very good for the control rig, because it just adds a another bone to control, and this is not only it makes it more complicated, but it actually creates artifacts like this will disrupt the posing. So this is why if I do this, which is actually very good for skinning in my experience, it's not good for the for the kind of rig that I use. So I need to do instead try to get this solution to work in the, at least the mechanism rig. Well, no, at least on the deform rig. If it needs to be on the mechanism rig, maybe for some automation perhaps to do something more correct, or just stay on the deform rig, the helper rig maybe. There are some different questions, but essentially in my case I don't want it to be on the control rig, and the control rig for me is actually the master puppeteer skeleton, which is corresponds to actually this control skeleton. So I don't want a bone there, but I still might want it as part of the mechanism skeleton, and or at least for the deformed skeleton. The problem is that I have already a problem after problem. I have already a setup here with bendy bone splines, and you see this is a handle. So the idea here, so there are many approaches. We don't have to have a bone, regular deformed bone there that is exactly in the middle. Because this bone would need to be a helper bone or a base skeletal bone even, we would need to maybe, so yeah. Okay, I'm seeing something here. Okay, so this will be weird. We're gonna make a backup even because this can be dangerous. If you're not aware how to make a backup for this technique, for the... Okay, let's write here. Backup for save copy to make backup iterations for... Oh, not need that. Backup iterations for a workflow employing, how's it called? The asset library system. Advanced, no, it's not advanced, but I didn't know, I had to ask and no one knew, but here is the solution. So, ultimate solution. No, it's not ultimate. Good solution. Yeah, actually, the easy life, or not so, almost easy life maybe. Save copy operator to make backup iterations for a workflow employee. Yeah. Assets and assets workflow, I think, and assets. I think that's good. All right, so what that means, I've already showed this, but we're gonna do this again because this is actually very valuable. Word stressing. So I want to make an iteration, a backup of this file, this Dorothy rigged model here. But the problem is that this own file is in my asset library system directory for this project. And so what happens is that I cannot save this anyhow. If I want, like, you know, the save incremental, this will destroy my project because you start to save the save incremental in the same folder I'm updating this asset, right? The rigged model. So this will create duplicates in the asset browser. Shift F1, no, Shift, no. Oh, my Blender crashed. Okay, we're gonna have to restart. Sorry, folks. All right, we got back. I don't know where I saved. Okay, where are these? Yes. Okay, I don't know what happened here. Probably I needed to close Blender. It didn't save my preference. I know it is now here. Yeah, auto run. But maybe this I forgot to save here, so that was negated after this crash. Okay, so that's why the question reappeared of the run script. Okay, so here let's do this again. So basically what we need here is that we have the problem with the asset browser system, one problem that needs to be improved in many ways. So we can sometimes easily have repetition of certain assets. I might not have one right now to show as an example. Yeah, this is one example. You see this horrible duplicate. There are many ways this can occur. One of them, if you save incremental. So if this material, for example, or if this character here has this thing, and I save an incremental or save as, yeah, maybe may say Dorothy 1 here. Let's do this. Let's break the system, right? And then you have start to have this terrible thing where you have two Dorothys, two Glebs, the name of the character, DOC, and so this material, it's a nightmare. And you don't know exactly, so actually this, we can check this, you see it's here. You can check this is clear asset, I cannot clear, so this is the current file, sourcing from the current file, and this one I can clear as, no, the opposite. This I can clear assets because it's from another blend file, so I cannot control it, it's from the original. And this is I can clear assets because this is exactly from the current file here, which is Dorothy 1, which is a stupid iteration that I've made with save as. And also I changed the possession. Now I'm in the Dorothy 1. And if I save incremental, is the same garbage. Now I have the iteration Dorothy 2, and you see that I have 3 files in the same directory, yeah, in some path that is in my asset library directory. And if you don't know how to make those library directory, you need to access the preference. It is something like file paths, and you have to create name the title of the asset library of the project, and then find a directory, decide an imported method. I like linking in my projects by default, and this I don't know, and that's it. So then what happens is that now I have this junk, and you can't work anymore now. This is a nightmare. And I didn't know how I'll save my iterations then. Well, then first of all, let's open the original. Let's delete this garbage thing. Now if I checked, it's no more, I refresh, it's no more there, right? We have unique assets now. Because what happens when you have these copies, they copy everything, right, the file. So that means that this saves. And so even these other files, they also have asset marked as asset, right? Like here, you have to, for each element in the file, you have to uncheck. So this is unbelievable. You can't do something like that. So here is the trick. Is the good life. Save copy. So this doesn't do any miracle. It's still problem, but it's okay. It's the way. It's much better. I'll show why. Save copy. So I want a backup of this before I do something destructive to my rig. So save copy, I'm gonna save a backup. So you see, I'm gonna save not in the asset library folder. So I have these extra bookmarks here. You should probably learn how to do this. So this is another folder outside of this. And here I get this whip external save copy. Okay, but it's in this whip folder. This is already outside of this. So this is just for organization. I have this. And here let's get some iteration of Dorothy's like. So these will be a backup 26. And I'll call it before make skeletal third bone elbow knee test. Yeah, before crushing the stuff. Yeah, also get it like dev help mechanism, because I don't know yet what is the best technique. There's no best, it depends on the context. And this back, because now I know this backup file, that means it's more than just an iteration. So I have to do manually, but okay, I save that copy. And what happens? Check this. This is not the copy I've just saved. This is the file I was working originally, and this is the file of the asset library system. And so this means that if I open, okay, let's save whatever, but normal save here, no problem. So see, I just have one here, and where I saved, this is in the asset library system characters, okay, here, but I've saved the other here, and yeah, somewhere here. So, but I'm still working from, so it doesn't override, it doesn't change I'm still in the same file I had. So I can save as many iterations manually I want here outside of the... And of course, there is another thing that we need to know concerning this, is that this workflow is that here, of course, if I check maybe all library assets, maybe I'll have some replicas. No, I'm not having any replicas. But maybe accidentally I'll have, because I need to at least get... I think this will be safer, right? I want to be looking my project, asset library project, not all stuff, because that could library, that could cause some, yeah. So this will be the right way to go. So you see, we have here no problems by whatsoever, and this is the almost good life. And so this is absolutely fundamental to work with this and making these upgrades on the file. So that's the way to do it. Now, one way that I found that is good. So now we are gonna address this mechanism or no, this automation. This is not exactly an automation, but it can become. So start by that, because this could there's a, if I can find an elegant solution to this, then this can be very good for the deforms on these simple joints. So let's try to do. Okay, so here I'm looking at the deformed skeleton and the mechanism skeleton. This is the handle for the some bendy bones, right? Maybe I won't need to change the this thing of place, but I need to create a yeah. So gonna not use this on edit mode, gonna create a, okay, let's align here, whatever. We're gonna use the normal here. Oh, it is snapping, right? Okay. We could try to position this it's it will be hard to be precise here. Yeah, these alignments will break, so it's like not I'm not sure what it will be best here. I'd like to have the orientation matching the bones, but this is okay. So maybe instead of align it with that, we can indeed do as I was trying to do here, right? So it's more like getting this joint to flow within the, or I could, okay, what if I connected this? Okay, there are many ways. We could connect the bendy bone with this and then the other bendy bone to this. So it's, this floating bones really is something that can be very weird, right? It's also very bad for manipulation, as you can see. But okay, we could at least try, and maybe it's not yeah. So I'm just moving this, so it might not be exactly in the center, right? But that's fine. And then yeah, maybe this bone, yeah, I think it start to offset, right? Yeah, so it's very complicated. I cannot snap it on the length of the bone, I think. There is not enough mapping here for this thing. Yeah, maybe. Hold on. Never tried this. Oh, that works. Aha! Blender is smart. It's getting smarter than AI. Look at that. We can snap to the edge of the bone. The edge of the bone. Yeah, never knew that. That's very surprising. Let's snap bone structures to the edge of the bone. Yeah. What is this? Basically, you see that I have this. I have the, okay, nothing. So it's just the armature. And if I hold control here, I can snap along the bone. So I'm gonna align this with here. Then I'm gonna, yeah, snap here, and then this one snap here, so I can do this wherever I want. And as for the alignment, we're gonna just the roll. Okay, there's a little problem here. We don't want this rotation, okay? And here we get here, so the bone it's always getting exactly on some sort of, you see, the joints are staying on the mechanism, right? Or whichever. These are just bendy bones here. The ignore it. It doesn't follow the B bone. This snapping is the as if the bone wasn't a bendy bone. Okay, so it doesn't matter. We said that it takes exactly in the middle of the right. So it's working. Now for this one, I think we're gonna align this to active, and there we go. Align the roll. Numpad 1. And so this, we're gonna turn this thing into a maybe envelope. The cool thing is that I'm not using the wait, how do you scale the Alt S? Yeah. So we can do something like we can just new playground here, folks. Alt S. I don't know even what I'm changing here. Yeah, it's bone size, but some sort of okay, just for let's get it here, right, little closer to the yeah, let's place it actually exactly on the joint there. I think this is safer. Okay, the edge joint, let's say like this, and let's realign Shift N active to active bone. We're gonna change this to def elbow left. Then we gonna change this color. I couldn't find a shortcut that works for bone color. Needs more. Okay, we're gonna make this into a deformed bone. Then we're gonna actually currently we're gonna call it helper. And we're gonna, so this is not a fan bone, it's actually a stealer bone. Joint stealer bone, simple joint stealer bone. Yeah, I just call it stealer bone. Yes, so what we need here, we're gonna get special color here, maybe this one. Okay, so steel ratio, right? Steel waves. So parenting parent to this. Yeah, well, the joint is there. Yeah, maybe that makes sense. Okay, keep offset. Then the problem is that maybe I'll have to change the waves of this setup here. Not gonna use auto normalize. We're gonna try to do this in a very crude way to start and see the effects. Of course, there are many problems here. I don't know. I need to automate this bone, right? And we're gonna automate it in relation to the mechanism rig. Yeah, there'll be better ways to wave paint this. This is Waste of time. Let's get something. If I'm doing this in a very simple way, then just get this kind of selections here. Invert 0. Then let's do a something like this. No, not like this. Here, then we reduce, then we get this, and that's it. There we go. So we're stealing like the half of the waves of everything. So these are very, very strong waves here that are still, but still not, maybe not sufficient. Maybe this needs to steal even more. The bones, we've hidden the bones very bad. Okay, so there's no automation, but this bone is already causing some wreak havoc there. It will respond to this automation. Let's use that we need some layers here. Yeah, we gotta. Okay, so let's see what this does here. Okay, this can can be bad, right? But usually we don't. It's just tweaking, right? So that's fine. The parent maybe we have to change, but let's check here some other effects. Okay, so you see the bone is lacking automation. It is following the parent, right? I think there is a mechanism bone that... Yeah, whatever. Let's leave it like that for now. This bone now, as it's stealing weight, it needs to do this kind of thing. Right, so this will be more or less the effect of having this thing. Of course, this is too crude, right? You need to expand it a bit more so it have more smoothness, right? And so possibly we could just use a stretch to bone constraint. I'm not sure the parenting. Let's check again. This is another. Oh, this doesn't. Interesting. That doesn't rotate. No, that also doesn't rotate, so no problem. This does rotate, right? Okay, so maybe this parenting is not that good. I think because you see, that's start to rotate. So we're gonna do a copy transforms to the mechanism. And we're gonna get it like, yeah, we're gonna have to apply this, right? But I think that's fine. Gonna just get these things. Screw the orientation. It will be... Alright, so we're gonna... turn off the armature modifiers, so then we can actually assess if you can apply it about there. Yeah, not yet. Let's bring it here. Yeah, so this will always be a little tricky, but we're gonna get this copy transforms, right? The armature... No, this is work. Okay, so we're gonna... Oh, I see. Let's do whatever. Let's do this. Let's pose, apply, select. Oh no, before that, also let's bring it as a stretch to or lock. Stretch to it cause more problems, I guess. So dump track maybe to this upper arm, but yeah, to some parts. So this will not be perfect unless we try. Yeah, the stretch 2 will be solve this easier, more perfectly, but then it's a stretch 2. It's it doesn't it lacks some automation. So that's, I think this is still good rigging. Yeah, because you really want to avoid more problems sometimes. So I don't know where exactly is the location that I want, but we can try to get something symmetric, right? So for example, here would be like 0.92, and so that means, yeah, 0. That this is too much, right? Yeah, so and here we're gonna get 0.111. Well, here it doesn't matter, right? So the effect is not like the position. So we're gonna just apply here. Pose, apply, selected as rest pose, just this bone. There we go. Then we can re-enable the armature modifiers. And now if we make even this one, aha. I see that the dumped track seems to lag a little behind. If we do this one, okay, this maybe it's relatively stable. Changing here is good. This one also does the automation, but you see it seems that it's lagging behind, so we maybe need to... Oh yeah, actually, no, let's do 0.5, 0. This, maybe that is safer. All right. And in this way, we are sort of mimicking that setup, but we don't need to add an extra bone in the middle. I would, it could be more complicated then, but it is even more complicated in my case because I have these bendy bone splines already, which have stretched the bone constraint. So it means that I have to make this parent or just in the sequence, and then okay, then this bone I have to... It would not be a terrible idea, I have thought. Maybe we could make this bone lengthier, like something like that, and then you get its head to be the beginning of the... So you have squash this and squash this, and then you have this bone in the middle as a regular deformed bone. Could itself be a bendy bone, yes. And then it will... They all use the same handle. Yeah, they all use the same. This will use is as the start handle as it is. This will be using it as its end handle as it is currently. And this bone that could also be a bendy bone, then it will be using the same bone as a... Not sure that this work with tangents, right? To start and end. And this bone will be lengthened. It will be placed here. And then... that will force me to, you see, to make this bone not be matching the position of this one. So as I see, a lot of change, and it will destructor cause some disruption in the normalization. It will be less. Here is a typical, right? But at least what you can say, okay, the bendy bone is matching the mechanism bone, which is matching the control bone. So right, it is clean, very clean. So a little sacrifice here with some strangeness, but yeah, of course, this, then we need to make sure that this works for skinning, which is not the case right now, right? So this is an automation if you want, but this is far from doing much good stuff. So it was terrible already. So I'm not sure what would be causing this disruption right now. Probably the terrible waves that I've made are causing some problems. We probably want to smooth this out. We're gonna expand. We're gonna see what we can do is this with this helper bone, and if it can be yeah, if we can do, probably this is the problem. Here we need to adjust some. Let's disable this. It caused problems for wave painting, something that would require. Okay, so this much better, right? Let's see if we enable back again. Volume preservation, not bad, not bad. Alongside with the volume preserver, let's see where it is. Yeah, so this was how I've made the volume preservation. Try to figure out some. Okay, let's go back to this bone here. No, not like this. Here we gonna try to, yeah, let's turn this off for a moment. No, wrong. So I want this bone, and we want to, yeah, wave pain to the death. So I believe we can try this too. It is offering some interesting results, actually. This was my experience, I think a couple years ago, maybe. I don't know exactly when, but as I was learning rigging in Blender, I still am, but as I was still... No, their strength was very low in this thing, okay. As I was still struggling a lot in... still having a lot of learning doing in the rigging department, I tested this not the way I'm doing here, but the bone join. I know very good riggers had do this, like Philo Vivero. Apparently he decided he's addicted to the method of having, but yeah, very good. But I don't know really how he made with the skeleton. His skeleton with helper bones has a lot of bendy bones, like a B-bone display, right? Crossing the geometry, like in all directions, with a lot of automations. I thought something like this for this part, but you see, with more connections. But I didn't want to make the connections here; it would be too dangerous, right? The parent here remains. Okay, this parent is stupid, but it's kind of yeah, this it says like it's in the middle. It is overridden by the we can accept this, because I don't really want to parent it to the same bone that it has the bone constraint. That also is kind of stupid. Actually, that could create some problems even. So let's do, not sure for this case, but yeah, I think this is, the results are not bad, right? So I think we achieved something important here. So I'm gonna actually symmetrize this thing. And this now is here. I'm gonna Shift Alt X, select mirror operator, extend, and these bones now we're gonna make sure that, yeah, they have the correct parenting, they are symmetrized. We want to, why not duplicate? We're gonna change them into knee stuff, right? GX, no, we need the global GZ, and so we're gonna bring them to the rotate, no, just a line to the front here. And we got this Shift X. Okay, we're not having this, so okay, then we're gonna, no, it's not like this actually, it is more like this, right? So we're gonna F2, so find replace B for bone, so instead of elbow, knee, and we're gonna knee, and then we're gonna strip characters. I need to have some facility for this. So snap to edge of the bone. It's no, not like that. About the knee joint there, yeah, the edge, and here about here, then we will align this to, yeah, to this one, or maybe to the mechanism. I think it's the same, right? Alt H, Shift N, active bone is the same role, I think. So then we get these markers here. Doesn't matter because we are not using this very old and weird technique of volume waves. It's very interesting, but it's for organic rigging, I think it's garbage. It has a very, because you can change the waves based on the manipulation of this in real time. So actually the concept is super cool, but it just don't seem to be very useful. It would need some deep developments to have this being more useful. All right, now that you have this, we're gonna parent to the as same things, and of course this will break because we need to update some of the bone constraints, right? We need to get like, let's make a highlight here, how to change how to change targets. Easy. Find your duplicated bones with wrong bone targets. Yeah, with wrong bone constraints target. So what is this technique? Well, you see that I've duplicated, well, maybe you don't see, but these bones were duplicated from the elbow and now they are for the knee, but I already changed the name, but the bone constraints remain the same. So it's our copy transforms and dump a track, of course, also the arms. And so what happens is that it's stacking here, right? So how do you don't want to be changing position all the time. So instead, there are many ways to do this, but here is a good trick. So you see, I can see the bone very well here, but I'll go in pose mode, it's disrupted. So what I need to do is that I need to just adapt I pick the name F2 of the future target, wannabe target, go and select the owner bone of that bone constraint, tab to pose mode, and then find the bone constraint, Control V here, change target, and there. Wait, this is the wrong target, folks. For this bone constraint is actually this one. So go back here, select the owner bone, Control V, there we go. And so we got it there, but it's inverted. It's because, of course, the dumped track, now we need to target the other side, the other direction here. So this is done, and this is Control V. And that should be it. Okay, of course, because the anatomy here is different, we'll have to make some adjustments. So I want like this to be about here, right? And that, the dumped track would be like, yeah, this will be probably the same. It's a longer bone, maybe we try 0.5. Not sure this will be. Okay, maybe we should keep these values here after we symmetrize, but here then of course here we want to apply. So this is a bit annoying, but we set up, but it is so I can preserve what I had before. And then of course we can re-snap this, and there's a problem here, of course. Yes, naturally we need to actually, this bone has an advantage, it doesn't have waves yet, or we could just disable. Oh yeah, disabling is better. So we want to get about here. And as for the dumped track, I think we'll just keep this orientation, yeah, the default one. So we're gonna get this one and apply select as repose, right? And here you can symmetrize already. And we need to wave paint. And then for this one, what we're gonna do, we need also, so this will be maintained on that value, while for here we already. So maybe what we could do here, apply as a last stance, yeah, just to make sure. So we're gonna reset. We're gonna try to make sure that this thing is okay. Then we symmetrize. Done. And now this, I think, is already, we already did all these steps, right? But just to make sure, apply as repose, symmetrize, and now we just need to fix the waves. And so to fix the waves, we just need one bone, and we go to wave paint mode, and here we're gonna, already disabled. We can start like making some selection here. Now this is vertex paint. Right, to start with that, let's expand. Let's take off some face loops here. There's too much, right? I don't like. But anyways, we're gonna start to take off from this. Yeah, first do massive waves. Wave pane, welcome to wave pane. The problem of wave pane, of course, is not the wave painting itself. Is that this is not so artistic because this it's not really sculpting anything. Well, in some ways we can if we pose the model, of course, but this is often not really sculpting because this pose will be creating other artifacts elsewhere usually. So you fix the pose in certain, if you sculpt, it's fake sculpting, right? The what will be closer to sculpting, in my opinion, of course we can consider sculpting. There is elements of sculpting when you can change the waves, and then it really, I'm not testing this because maybe it's, yeah, it's I'm a bit lazy for this. I only do this for really when I'm curious. I really, but there are some advantages on doing this, but often I'm already familiar enough with the, maybe I can't say that it's still wave pain in the end. Usually I do mentally and then I test, and because I know that even if I painted manually, there are still things to be adjusted, right? Anyways, because usually the joints, they, even when they are simple joints like this, there is some bending on the opposite direction, although this wouldn't be too much even on cartoon. Yeah, it can't be too much anyway. So no, this is not the case. But in the case of an intermediate joint like the wrist, the neck, the base and tip of the neck, and the wrist, the ankle, these intermediate joints, they are already very critical, because then you start to wave paint in one way. Oh, this looks good with the joint, but then you bend in the other direction. Already that waves is terrible for the. So it's like you start to go back and forth and solve anything. Can't solve anything. And then you need to use corrective shape keys method or something else like helper bones. So corrective armature deform methods with helper bones, and then is more nightmare and nightmare, especially on really good quality rigs. Okay, let's see what this stupid bone here is doing. And we can, yeah, it's super bone constraint, right? So you can't manipulate it directly, which is bad for this process. But okay, we don't care because we have other ways to manipulate these rigs. So we can, for example, go and check for the other bones which are here, and we can then see. Okay, so we have some problems with this. I need to check what's going on here on the shin. Apparently this bendy bone is bending in yeah, why is happening? Why it is happening to the leg and not happening to the some difference on the some structure of the, yeah, the bendy bone behavior. I think it's because I haven't finished the setup for the legs of this bendy bone, right? Possibly is that. Okay, but if we ignore this thing here, hard to ignore, right? We can still, okay, we can see that we are having some Okay, but isn't that a bit dangerous? Because this bone is rotating too much, right? Something to be careful about, maybe. Oh no, it actually, there's no waves here, folks. We need... No, there is waves, except that they are not... They are deformed bones. So... Something doesn't make sense here. Maybe I didn't wave paint them. I wave painted something else. Yes. Yeah, great. I was wave painting this one. Alright, so that happened. So the solution here would be to... Let's duplicate the vertex group. Then we're gonna pick this selection here. A lot, right? And then we, yeah, just to guarantee. Then we go back here, go on wave paint mode. We gonna use the mask. We're gonna neutralize these waves. Now we go back to the... We need the name of the bone. Copy it, then we go here. We're gonna paste it here. And now, in principle, it should have generated... Yes, because Blender is smarter now. So, yes, here we go. Problem solved, except that we still have some... Now we do the inverse of... Oh, I've lost this selection. Okay, so just get... I need the mask, right? So here... Expand, expand. Okay, make sure that this should be sufficient to destroy any rogue waves. Let's get the bone. We need a new name for that, okay. Then we go wave paint mode. We see, okay, let's... Oh, there's not that bone, of course. I was about to destroy, to do something very destructive. So it's actually this bone. We look at this and Control X at 0 waves, and now we can have finally this thing. We're gonna save, and now we're gonna fix something about the namings. Control F2. So instead of helper, we're gonna help 3. We can take this off for the legs, and this instead of helper will be helper 4. It's just for the deformed bones, this and some other things. So legs 3, arms and hands 4. Feet is also all everything related to the legs is 3. Torso is 2, and head is 1. Hair is 5, cloth is 6, if ever care. So and 7, I don't know. There's no 7 as of yet. So we have now these deforms, which are, you see? Okay, of course, there is more things to do. Now we can test what... Yeah, so see, this is very... Okay, there's too many waves so this is where we can play with the waves, right? And even this dumped track, we could already try to assess what would be better. So my default thing, because whatever we have, we can work with. Because of the size of the bone, maybe some stretching, this could be actually a bit dangerous. Because from its start position, it seems to bend too much. I think what I need to do is to... And this rotation can cause on its own artifacts. Yeah, it's a 90 degrees rotation, right? But interestingly, this also helps to counter other critical artifacts. Fire against fire, right? Is fight fire with fire. So this is kind of crazy, but yeah, makes sense actually. But it's because the direction of the rotation artifacts is like is right, is opposite one of each other. So this is why in this case this is not, it's a simple case, right? Simpler case. But this is too much. I think we don't want that, because we probably want to solve the artifacts by other means. Here is like just some subtle solving, so we don't want all this stuff. So the solution maybe here would be to... You see that I decided the bone here to be very small. It doesn't reach this outer edge loops. Instead, here I made a mistake. The joint actually is not there. The joint is more like... yeah, so we're gonna have some... We need to readjust this thing. So we're gonna put it here instead. Doesn't guarantee it will solve the problem, but it could be slightly better. And as same here, we're gonna try to snap to... Well, gonna try to snap to this. All right, and now we can... yeah, realign the bone. It's symmetrizing. And then we'll have a little problem here, that is that we'll have to refine this this thing. It's a lot of things to adjust. We need to reset the pose. Yeah, it's because it has the old setup, right? So we need to find the match here. Spacing match. Could be... Yeah, it could be this one. And then we could try to apply this, because it will stay on the... Yeah, but the bone changed. Maybe it's changed. So yeah, it might not be perfect. But always troublesome to use this setup. But this apply as respose always cause some imperfections in my experience. I don't like how it works, but it is useful in many cases of rigging. So you're gonna... Okay, we need to enable this one. And here, yeah, we haven't changed this, although we might have to change it. Strangely... Yeah, here I'm not sure. Yeah, it is more aligned to the beginning than the end. Yeah, the end is different. Yeah, they decide to keep this because on the rotation this will be better. So if it's too low, it's bad. It would cause some wreak havoc. So we need to, now we can use this supply, I think, and then we symmetrize for the bone constraints. And now we can make some tests with the armature modifiers. And indeed, we are getting interesting results. Yes, we can, now it's where maybe you can play a little with the, yeah, actually interesting, but still not. I think this is because of the legs, right? The legs, bendy bones that, but also we could try to play with some waves here and see if we can make some. We say that maybe the waves are too strong and still in this, it's not smoothing very well near the red parts, so it's very bad when this smoothing is not very responsive. So maybe we could use smooth contract. Yeah, I see this this don't solve too much, right? Even if we exaggerate, it's just not, it's not this that is probably not this that is causing. Yeah, it's already, you see, when you look at this, you already know that something much worse is going on. So this is because we have something that I'm not sure what it is that remains to be achieved here. So this is a bit, you need to find this out. What is it? Mechanism and depth, the handles. Maybe we want this as well. We might want this handle as well, and this and the control here. Okay, this, maybe it's all okay. And also maybe we want these ones to assess the differences. Okay, just in case, we're gonna make a selection sets for the leg fix. Okay, so as we rotate here, we can see that one thing that is happening is that these bones are not, first, there's no automation for this handle, while if I do here, there is some slight automation. So the automation is just a the parent of this is the tweak elbow, and there's this tweak knee. Yeah, it It could receive slight automation. Target the mechanism at the very end. Yeah, maybe. There's a little danger doing this, is that this can affect the twisting of the bendy bones or other rotation, right? It can stack with other rotations. So yeah, a little should be fine, like a 0 point. This seems relatively safe. I don't know, I had this, but I took this off. Maybe because I was testing other stuff, right? So I'm gonna use this one. Here we might need a little more, though. .2, all right. Symmetrize. Looks like that the bendy bone structure, right, the settings for the bendy bone is not accurate. Okay, this is bending. Oh, hello, bro. Peppy Frog Z, welcome, bro. So, sorry, I haven't seen 4 minutes ago. Yeah. WSP, man, what are you making? Improving character rig, organic rigging, right, on this original character of mine. It's for a sci-fi universe, cartoonish, stylized, of course. And so this is like bone automations, wave painting and stuff like that, right? Very boring stuff. No, it can be interesting, right? So this is so I'm fixing and improving some helper rigs for the joints. Something is going wrong in the leg because I haven't finished the setup, and the bones should be equivalent here, and the system is not too different. It's essentially the same thing. So arms and legs regarding the deformed, so something that I didn't complete, that I'm trying to figure out here in this process here. We have a stretch 2 bone constraint to the tweak knee, which is this one, which seems to be accurate. Yeah, tweak elbow, this is right. Parent to tweak shoulder, parent to tweak hip. Yes. And here same thing, mechanism foot, tweak hand. Mechanism foot or tweak. Okay, this might be special, so for some leverage, but I don't think if we change the target that would do anything. Yeah, it doesn't do anything, so we keep this. So it could receive some automation from some heel leverage already in this bone, like precisely like this. The stretch 2 allows the leverage to occur even on a deformed mechanism rig. So we're gonna... This is why this needs to be on the mechanism foot. So this is a little difference. Now we need to... Yeah, so probably the problem is in the bendy bones themselves. Some setup here is straight. Okay, it's straight. Oh, no, automatic, right. Handle tie, absolute. Absolute handle elbow. Same setups. No ease out and in. Now there is some ease in, ease out. All right. Ah, here's the question. Here's the thing. We don't have any ease in, ease out here. Nor here. So here everything is the same. So just here we got some, but I don't know. This shouldn't be. Oh, because we reduced the, yes, of course. This is the reduction of the bendiness. Exactly. So we need to get this to negative values. Because although here is pose mode is 0, but actually this is larger value. So we are reducing the bendiness, customizing the bendiness of this bendy bone limbs. So this is super difficult. Not super difficult, but this is super interesting. Let's add here. Today we were a rain of highlights. So let's get the bendy bones, splines, limbs, bendy bones, splines, limbs, is in, out, edit, mode, trick, for customized bendiness, cartoony bendiness. So this is a very interesting subject or topic, because look at what's happening, folks. You see these arms? Yeah, okay. Right, nothing. Yeah, there's some, ignore the, I haven't seen that. There's probably some thing about the helper bone that I made here. But anyways, you see that the bendy bones are on the limbs, the deformed bones here. They seem to be quite okay. They are not doing anything too crazy. And now check what the leg is doing. Very bad bendings, right? Here as well. So what is the difference? Well, the difference is precisely that took me a while to figure out, but actually the problem is in the bendy bone settings. Is that if we go on here on pose mode, we check the ease in and ease out of the bendy bones are okay, it's 0. But actually if you go on edit mode, which is the root binding pose state for the skeleton, you see that this bone, for example, it has reduced values. Actually the default here on edit mode are 1, while the default on pose mode are 0. So this can be very confusing. But what's happening is that, okay, nothing is added to the root values. So that's why 0 additions or subtraction to the root values. But the root values are what were 1. I changed them to values for is in less than 1. And what does that mean? If I can test this very easy here. If I reduce here, I start to, right? So actually, we don't change these values here just for testing, or we can bone constrain, we can drive these values, of course, but or keyframe them even. But no, I don't touch. Usually, I don't want to touch this because that will make bendy bones setups way more complicated. So the only thing that is different is that this, besides the saying that these things are arms and these are legs, is that this I've just reduced the bendiness. So if if you check the upper leg here, the bendiness is by default is 1, and the bendiness out here, I'm not sure if we can test this. Yes, we can test, but we better see these results on pose mode if we pick a limb like this, pose, and then we start to play out with these values. So in pose mode, which is 0. So let's start with the ease in, which is the direction, the beginning, the head of the bone is here, this bendy bone here. So naturally I want to reduce, in my case, because this is what works for these limbs, I've reduced it on edit mode their root values. It was 1 by default for both, so I reduce negative 0.7, negative 0.75, and that means that they are much less bendier than by default, and this is what makes that the limbs, even though they are bendy with regards of their bendiness was highly reduced, and we can make then customized bendiness, very cool stuff by. Okay, so let's reduce here with shift, hold shift. Let's see. So I want to, yeah, sometimes these values are very sensible. So okay, there's a glitch there. It's just shading artifacts, not a problem. So you see that we don't want to extrapolate this in larger values. So negative, right, rounded 1 is already too much. So we want to something to approximate to there. So exactly like a 0.7, a negative minus 0.7 actually is equivalent to what we had before. So okay, so we reset this value here, and now we're gonna pick here in the edit mode the root stuff, and we just go to add this. Sorry, not this. We actually just gonna reduce this to, yeah, this, or just place this, right? So this will be, as I did, equivalent here, but does not mean that, just to keep it simple, right? Yeah, there's a pattern here. I'm not sure if this pattern is best, but maybe we can try to copy. But the best thing will be to be testing them, like to test them on pose mode. So assuming it starts at 1, ease in, then we want to test this. Let's give a lesser, reduce the bendiness instead of augmenting the bendiness, I think. Yeah, so reducing the bendiness to of about where it looks good. So maybe 0. Let's say 0.2. Yeah, okay, let's say 0.2, so something like that. So go back to here. We get 0.2 here. And then as for the other, which starts on 1, let's start to, what if you add more bendiness? No, let's reduce the bendiness then. And of course here, you see, I'm looking at the viewport, the main region of the the viewport. But you see, something is collapsing the mesh, and look at the ease out. It's a negative 1.2, so it's already above 1 of change. It's too much already, so this makes some collapsing stuff. Of course, these things are additive, so you have if you're starting with a value here already, this will stack with the change that we are testing, so you need to be careful. And so I know I'm testing from 1, so this means that here it's like it was 1, bendiness of 1, but now I'm reducing the bendiness of 1 to minus so a bendiness of 1 minus 0.9, something like this, and we have some yeah, here we're about, so I think I'm gonna give this one, so this equivalent to 0.2. Yeah, 0.2 at total, right? So 0.2, the same there, right? So we gonna, maybe I can augment this a little more. This one's almost not noticeable. And here we have very low bendiness from 1 to 0.2. And now we can address this other one. So if you check the pattern for, let's say, for this one, what you have on edit mode is 0.3 and 0.25. So the things here is that as it starts as, and I think these things are by default they are automatically symmetrizing. Well, this because I'm using this, so it's safe here. I don't need to change the other side. So here we're gonna get the test here. So start with the ease-in. Let's reduce the bendiness of the ease-in. Already too much, right? Negative 1.4, so that means minus 1.4 beyond 1, so it's too much beyond 1 of change. So let's reduce like to, yeah, maybe we can reduce to minus, reduce by minus 0.5, right? Let's reset and let's, so minus 0.5, and there we get a positive 0.5 value. Now we're gonna, this one of course is the most critical. So here we need to reduce a lot of this bendiness of the, right? You see you can even invert and then we crush the mesh, which is horrible. So we need to be careful here. We're gonna reduce to 0.2, 0.1. Okay, we'll keep 0.2. We'll need to, yeah, 0.2. So reset, then 0.2. And now suddenly the artifacts, or many of them, have vanished. So this is what was lacking in the legs. Although we have some other horrid artifacts there, I think this is just some new waves that I was doing here. We need to, yeah, this bone, maybe its automation might be a bit complicated. Let's see what we can do with this. Yeah, we can change the, we can play with the waves instead. Yeah, so less waves here. So it's there's many. Yeah, but that can be, yeah, less waves there and there. Okay, let's try it with this. Simplify option on the render tab, so you can have a shortcut for that. Yeah, too much. These waves are just too strong, right? This is terrible. Let's just yeah, we need some masking as well, so gonna isolate some bones, and now isolate some mesh. Maybe I should reset all this. This is not very, yeah, I'm suspicious that this is not doing great results. No, it's not caused by this, it's something else. Yeah, maybe, well, it's not that bone then. If I, yeah, it's something else that's causing this, so it's not a big deal here. We need to be careful about other things. We're gonna do this gradation garbage. It's like, yeah, it's a good method, but it's like often you'll see that doing this kind of approach is often not what will make organic rigging great. It is like more likely is doing more painterly stuff here and there. But of course, it is very difficult. So we need to... Something is weird about... Have a shortcut for that, don't I? Control-Alt-F, yeah. The waves are not changing. What is going on? Ah, it's because of this, most likely. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so you maximize some waves here. I need to inform the author of the technique that this has some trouble. Maybe he knows something. Mr. Gibbs of this technique here of the... Alright, so here we're gonna do some... Maybe here we need some... Yeah, we're gonna change this ratio here. We're gonna... So it drops a lot here. Here we can drop a little more. Wait. Actually, yeah, because this is the same here. Okay, let's continue the same value here. Some consistency, right? And then just blurring out then. No, this blurring out is too much, right? So we're gonna do manually. And so here, maybe we can blur this. And this. No, not yet. We blur this. No, it's not working because we already have some waves outside, so... Oh no, what I'm saying is because I forgot this step. Alright, now, yes, we blur this. So it's all about getting the interpolation. And now we get another. Let's see, what was this value? Shift X. This is okay, so now we're gonna reduce this. And as for here, should we take this off? Yeah, I know, maybe it's not that bad. We can sustain something like this. Acceptable, I think, and then we can try to blur these ones and see what the algorithm of interpolation of smoothing gives us. Okay, this is good enough. Then let's pick this same value here with the brush, and we're gonna maybe get here, and then we interpolate here. And then we maybe, what about this one? Nah, the 0.2 is good enough. So this is the one way to let's see. Okay, we need to see what's going on there. I think probably some helper bones. Yeah, what is causing this absolute bulging of it's not the dual quaternion skinning, so what kind of bone is causing that? Probably some helper bones in the, yeah, it certainly is armature deformed stuff, right? So the probably some bones which are affecting this some fan bones, maybe with some wrong automations. I'm not satisfied with the joint of the ankle right now. It sounds like something is, oh yeah, the positioning, right? The bones are badly positioned. So we can solve this by snapping stuff. Okay, so this happens because I have changed the mesh and I forgot that the bones also need reposition. This will break the stretch to bone constraint that are not in the bendy bones themselves. In this technique, in this approach that I've made, I found that we can place the stretch to on the mechanism bone, which are the parent of the, and that also works. So it's like, it's not necessary, but I think that for me this seems more organized at this point. So what we're gonna do here is that we need to reposition these bones. We're gonna unsolo all on here, unhide, show all, and these are all the bones that we need to reposition. So it's just essentially it's just about moving them down with the joints. There's no hidden, yeah, there's this hidden bone, but that's all. So we got all these, there's some more stuff here, and we just GZ this. Maybe there would be, so this positioning can be somewhat arbitrary. The important thing is that the ankle joint, you see these big circles there, they need to be on some strategic position for the skinning, and usually it will be, is not be in the ankle here. This will be a rotation point, of course, but it's a good question, right? I actually, but usually it's about here. Is this closed edge loops about here? So we're gonna place this thing here and see that the foot seems to be correctly, more or less correctly aligned, but here maybe we'd like to make some slight adjustments to this. And yeah, some, maybe, I don't think this will break the rotations anyhow for these bones, and then they're pivoting, whatever. And possibly, yeah, so this of course it's caused because, as mentioned, there are stretch to bone concern. What is this one? This is a fan ankle bone, we're gonna re-snap it to the, I don't know, it needs some reorientation. I don't know its alignment, if it's no the bone roll. I haven't solved these bones yet. So okay, the bone roll is backward, so we're gonna just align to this, just in case. All right, now we need to fix this stretch too, so reset, and let's get the mechanism and stretch 2, and yeah, we can then symmetrize. Actually, I have there is another bone that is affected by this system. This one is a auto pull target, automator for the pull target. And if there might be other bones, maybe now I don't remember, dangerous bone constraints. So all the bones affected by this kind of stuff, they are appearing in this, assigned to this extra bone layer. So you don't have a lot. All these bones have some stretch to bone constraint, and they are not yeah, the UVs are with the tech are all messed up after many manipulations. But here we got the proper developments, and we need to this is a mask. Actually, yeah, it's a mask used to create this thing. Okay, the pantyhose. So now we got to go back here. We're gonna don't need this. We need to go for this which we're controlling now. So the deformed skeleton and mechanism skeleton. Yes, these ones. So these are actually helper bones. They shouldn't be here, but they don't have any special. They are not leverage bones. They are not fan bones. They're just stealer helper bones, stealer of waves. They don't have any, so they can stay in the skeleton deform rig bone layer, bone collection. Let's check now for horrid artifacts. No, now it's, yeah, there is some weird things still there. I think some bad waves. Possibly what's happening here is quite simple, is that the waves layering is more here than actually here, and we need to centralize them correctly. And so we can probably assess. Yeah, here we go. You see very well. This is not good. Maybe I've changed the. I've made some change to the. So for this, we just need the. Oops, not this. We just need to make a good bone selection here. We're gonna get the deform shin and the deform foot, if we can find it. Yeah, just these ones. Now we go back on for the wave paint mode. We can now, we need a mask, so this one is simple. We need this tool here, tweak. We're gonna, then we need to be on that mode. We can expand from here. Let's use this expansion here. Should be sufficient. Then we bone selection. Okay, didn't work, so let's Okay, so apparently we have a problem here with the selections, but fortunately we can do this. Okay, so we see that, yeah, this one is not too bad. The problem is, I think it's this one, right? So we want to, what value is this? Yeah, we want to, also here we, also it is possible, no, this is located there, okay. So possibly what happens is that I've manipulated this, the positioning of this face loop here. What I'm doing, it might not be sufficient still for better deforms here. We're trying some wave paint layering, but I'm afraid that we need to massively go more waves to the sheen downwards. Yeah, this wave paint layering, maybe it's, yeah, I need to push this lower actually. Even if this might sound maybe unnecessary, I'm gonna push all this. No, not like that. And then we're gonna get this value here, because these values were sort of calculated before, right? So they might have some value. In terms of ratio, they might matter more than. And here we got this one. And here there's very slight wave paint layer. We are still not using the subdivision because this lags a lot, especially in wave paint mode. Yeah, this is still very bad. I'm not sure what is for this particular one. I'm not sure what is affecting this thing. Let's read maybe these waves here is too much, so we're gonna, okay, maybe it's some fan bone which is causing, it is confusing the wave paint layering. Actually, it's very weird, right? Okay, we need to check what's going on. Deform sheen, and okay, we have, okay, this is the helper bone here, which is this one. No, it's not this one. Okay, maybe it's this one. No, what's this? Helper ankle foot. Okay, man, what? Where is the... Okay, there's a... Let's try to expand this a little more. You see, this is why it's called wave pane. Okay, it's like those things are not causing... Could it be the effect of the bendy bone itself, like the spline skinning causing all this? I doubt it had. We already tried to largely fix this effect, but maybe we need more. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Check this. So that surely, yeah, because the bendy bone. You see, with I didn't knew that, so more. This will help. Having a few more of this will help in checking. Sometimes after 2 or 3, the amount of segments is really irrelevant. But in this particular case, where we are playing with this closer in and out, oops, we are playing with this in and out parts, it seems to be very important to have more of them. Yeah, so probably gonna, yeah, we're gonna make 7 so we can see better what is. It doesn't make anything much better, right? But we can at least understand better where are the bendiness occurring from the bone itself. So this is actually something, a new concept to me. So gonna also attempt here. Okay, this has 8, that's good. And here gonna go to 9. Yeah. Oh yeah, so you see these ones have this thing fixed. Here we gonna, are we playing with this? No, here we haven't done anything. So we're gonna keep for these ones this value, and here just checking, we're gonna keep these values on edit mode. Okay, then we need to go back here, and now we know that we need absolutely to reduce this even more. So I thought that would be sufficient, but this one is very dangerous, so we're gonna do actually 0.1, and this will symmetrize for the other side. Well, will indeed, so this amount should be sufficient. Yes, you see, even that very tiny amount of bendiness can be very dangerous for its spline skinning, right? So now we have some good bendiness and good waves. Yeah, so it was nothing. I'm still curious. We have some bones, which are these ones here, these fan bones, actually, dual fan bones. They don't have waves of their own, but there are waves already painted on their behalf, but yeah, but they themselves don't contain the bones, the waves. I need to assess those waves and see. Yeah, actually first we're gonna try to make some cleanup here. Okay, let's recheck this, double check. Okay, this is fine. And this, I think I have completed this wave. These waves, yes, I think this is fine. We can accept this for now. And now I'm gonna address the missing wave. So you have a ankle shin, ankle foot, the garbage, and ankle shin, which is almost usable. We're gonna look where it is. So why? Okay. Gonna fan ankle shin. Old waves that I've changed, I've bring to this model. I don't know how they appear there, but they don't. I know there's history, but here we go. We just added the fan. As for this one, it's fan ankle foot, so you have to ankle foot. So here this is very inaccurate, I think, so you're gonna what we can do here is just take this off, and we're gonna go fan ankle foot, and we're gonna get this, try to invert. Yeah, they are there, and no waves. We're going to we need to mimic the now I know how they appeared. Probably is that we need the correct technique, or one technique, to make this mathematically accurate regarding the countering of the excessive rotations, which then will cause the excessive deforms artifacts, skinny artifacts. So it's like we need to duplicate the foot vertex group to make, so copy this one, and then what we're gonna do is that okay, I think I got the wrong one. We need the, okay, start with this one, but we have here we have a little problem, is that we already have some ankle foot here, so they are empty. We're gonna delete them, otherwise we'll have duplicates with 001 and stuff, which is not gonna help. So I need to go back to the foot. I have made change, so probably we need to destroy this one as well. Yeah, so we're gonna restart. Unfortunately, we want the correct approach, so we need to I need to find where is helper tree. No, it's helper here. And these are fanny bones. They are something else. So you see, we just have the, yeah, here I don't care. All right, so we need to get on wave paint mode, because then we can easily catch the foot. Okay, we're gonna copy duplicate foot, then we have the shin, and copy duplicate shin. Okay, then we go on edit mode. No, we go on pose mode. We pick the name here, fan ankle shin, the ankle ankle shin. Yeah, then we paste this thing. It will create another symmetric one. Then we pick the other fan here, F2, because you cannot pick this name in the other way, or in wave paint mode. There is it's blocked, it won't work, it needs update. We're gonna control V. No, it's not this. It's Okay, where's I need to find the foot, right? Okay, there's something here. Copy this one. Okay, so and Control V here. So now what means that we have this bone has intake this, the mirrored has taken this. So these are exactly like their counterpart that actually they have copied waves exactly. But what we need to do now is that we're gonna bad waves here. Let's take advantage of this moment and fix this small thing, right? So now they are, yeah, they are, might have suffered slight change here, but that's really, that's not relevant. We're gonna try to, because actually the fan bone must act differently than the shin. The fan bone only acts, or should only act, in the joint region of where it applies to. So anything that is elsewhere doesn't matter for the helper there, from the distant opposite direction. So we just of the joint. So we just take off all these waves. Then, because its work is to derotate the mesh, the joint mesh, with the same waves, preserving the same waves, the same ratio, the same waves as the original. So the vertex are rotating, or let's say they are derotated, because this bone will lag behind, or it will do some different motion, countering motion of, and so it will derotate the mesh. So this mesh is too much. We're gonna now need to do some gradual stepping here, because we need to find what will work here. So this is too much. We can, it's like one, right? So here maybe we can, no, it's not working. Yeah, so we can start to reduce these waves drastically, because the joint is still not really here, right? So we're gonna, what is value this? Okay, we're gonna, so here can be a bit more arbitrary. And we start to augment or diminish. Now I'm confused, but yeah, no, augment, right? Actually, we don't augment. Here's the maximum. And then we leave everything as it is. We're just reducing this part here. So this bone, what we'll do is, if it's posing, will change, especially the joint. So it's a derotated. This one particularly is a bit more complicated to handle, because the joint is easily recognized by rotation, in my opinion, by this derotator of the foot. It's like the foot rotates like this, and this will derotate like it lags behind, right? Gradually. And the more it rotates, so the more it we'll see that it start stacking. That will form an angle, actually. But they can start, there are different ways to make the setup, but essentially the idea is the same. The fan bone is a derotator of the joint mesh. This is why in this case of the foot is the opposite. We have we have, you see, I don't need all these weights. This I don't touch because they are exactly on the joint region, but I can erase all the other part of the mesh that that are not in the joint. So for example, all this which correspond to the foot, or at least to what some waves there are in the foot bone, deformed bone, we don't need, so we can I can, for example, let's use this, right? Then I'm having the selection and I'm gonna erase all this. So this is not the foot, this is the helper fan ankle foot. So ankle in direction of the foot. This, then we get here, and here we can invert this selection, and maybe we can start smoothing here, like so we just don't want to touch here on the exactly on the joint, but here we can do a more artistic workflow. But these verts here on the joint, they need on the right the direction of the outer fan bone, right, contrasting fan bone. So this is like they need to be accurate, because we want to mathematically have a ratio that is exactly as the original bone, so the original the foot. So if the foot has a ratio there of, well, it's more complicated than that because there are other bones influence into these vertices, but at least we could say that if the wave of the foot on this vertex, the deformed foot, is like I say 0.5, then the, of course my waves are not normalized, but like if you have a green color here equivalent to 0.4, and then the same color appears on the for the foot, the fan, right? Then it's like the fan and the foot, they have the same amount of influence on that same vertex. They will dispute equally that vertex, and that is what matters, because then this will mean that we'll be able to mathematically, as the foot rotate in some way, that vertex rotate from the matrix, crazy skinning thing that will cause artifacts, then the derotation of the vertex will be on the same amount of the proportions of the bone, the automation of the bone through bone constraints or driver, but bone constraints, right? It's easier usually. So we are going to use, so this is why we need very precise, so you don't even touch this, right? That's are equivalent, and then hence we can have mathematical countering, as if we're hypothetically, like as if we were really affecting the skinning algorithm rootly, which would be the correct way of doing this, right? It's fixing the skinning algorithm, right? The skinning method, making a better one, a more realistic one. But this is like for the future, the modernity of rigging. We are not yet there yet. Modern age, not for us. So here what we're gonna do is that now that we got enough smoothing in this part, but not in this part, yeah, we can pause this and see if, so here is exactly the derotator, but this bone, let's check its parenting. So it's parented to a mechanism foot, and this one is parented to a mechanism shin. All right, as expected. I'm not sure exactly how, if this automation, how I decided lately to do these automations. A bit frustrating, but the fact is that I can check on some other rigs. So basically, there's no bone constraint here, so even if it had, it could be more confusing. Yeah, so they don't have any automations. This one have, and apparently I'm using copy rotations here. You see, I didn't did for this one yet, just for this one. So I'd use a copy rotation because the copy rotation with this setup of the mechanism bone as a target, as a, well, it's parented and is it okay? This can be this can cause some disruption. Let's check those ones. Yeah, so not sure here if maybe we'll have some problems here, but we'll try nonetheless. So there are many things that needs to be met. Essentially, now we can hide the deformed skeleton and the mechanism skeleton, and we just need the control skeleton. So we're gonna get these ones. Well, actually it will be good to still see the deformed skeleton, because then we see the bones, right? So currently there's no automation. I usually would favor the transformation bone constraint. It's a bit more tricky to set up. It's more annoying to set up, but actually the copy rotation is it's corrupted. So you're gonna use copy rotation bone constraint targeting the mechanism foot, and I'm not sure. So at the rotation, I don't know how it will work if it is parent to it, but I don't care. If it works, then it works. And here we really want this, and you see it's rotating as the parent. So apparently add, no. Okay, so the problems have started. So you see that there's no automation here, and the automation doesn't work. So here, welcome to the nightmare. So this bone constraint doesn't work for this purpose, or it needs a very specific, the parenting should be different, or a lot of things can go wrong. So I don't know why I parent this to the mechanism. Probably I did that because I wasn't planning anyways to use a copy rotation, and this one works for, okay, there's a before original local double local space. Let's try this. I know that the transformation bone constraint is mostly foolproof in this case. Okay, so nothing here to do. The bone doesn't want to automate, right? So the solution here would be to then get a transformation bone constraint. So we can use this thing and this thing. So map from rotation. So we could give any value here, really. It's just for the here we can use quaternions because I have quaternions everywhere. So we can use like whichever value here, right? But let's say yeah, we could even, or actually, now this is tricky because yeah, usually we can do this and this. It's for simplicity. So the map from, also I think the Z we wanted, maybe we also want z-axis to z-axis, x-axis to, yeah. So here I'm not don't remember, but this is this is not a simple joint, it's an intermediate joint. So what we need now is to sort of try to understand which is, actually let's do like this. Even though we'll never reach this value, it doesn't matter because what we want is proportions. Okay, z to z. So what will happen is that as the mechanism bone by automation rotate, or parenting, I don't know, rotates down, this one will derotate. So I don't even know which direction of rotation is that, but it's just we need to invert here. So usually we want something like 15 degrees or negative 15. It's like more an angle. So the angle of on a certain amount of bending, it will form start to graduate into an angle that is like 15 is already a lot, 30 degrees is too much. So it's like it's a proportion here by the, so we can find that like we'll have to, I don't remember which value was better for intuitive stuff. Here's a whole circle, so maybe we can just place like so positive 15, negative 15. They so here we'll, not sure this will, let's try something bigger here. Oh, rotation, of course, and add, yes, you can add. So it's try again. Now this is actually positive because it's an it's a derotation, so it need to do exactly the inverse. So this is seems to be very little. I'm not even sure it is working. It should be working. Let's try again a, no, it seems to be, okay, another technique will be using this, right? Extrapolate maybe. No, I don't really remember the trick here, but let's try to simplify this derotation. Okay, let's do this, and as it get here, we can 30 and negative 30. Yeah, this is negating. Sometimes I need also to test with other bones to be sure that this should work for any bone in principle which rotates the foot. So this is another problem, that this bone constraint is more responsive. Okay, rotation quaternion, order default. I don't remember. These things really need to be symmetric. Because if they are not symmetric, what will start to happen is that we'll have some isn't it because the rotation? No. Okay, so something I'm failing at. Maybe it's the... Could be many things about these rolls here. Now these are lines are correct. I don't remember my own setup, so we're gonna try something else here. Maybe... No, the minimum is usually minimum, right? So, no, here. Yeah, of course, it could be just the parenting that is stupid, but I fairly remember that even with the same parent of the bone constraint, precisely this is why this is better, is because that works. But now I'm starting to remember that the ankle, because of some complicated interrelationships, this like the wrist, this is a more complicated one, and this method hence won't work for this. It will cause some problems. If it was these ones, this or the knees, they won't have the same problem. For here we'd need some sort of a buffer bone or something like that. So maybe here what you're gonna do, I have to risk it, but because anyways I have the reference of a working setup somewhere else. I think I should consult it if this doesn't work, right? Let's try to parent to the... Yeah, we're gonna parent to the foot and see if there's any chance that this starts working. Okay, no automation. Also, well, it lost the bone constraint, right? So we're gonna have to remake it. copy, no, not copy transform, so transformation. Wait, this is the wrong selection. Okay, so this is parent to the deform now, which, whatever. We are going to make this test with this. Let's get something more radical, and no, nothing seems to change. Change to the, yeah, to the same axis. It couldn't be this, right? No, so it's not about this. Map to rotation, quaternion, is anything. One thing that's usually works spontaneously is the local repair, but that will fail. You see, this is what should be doing. But this will wreak havoc the rig in some ways. And of course, cause double transform. So this is an unwanted garbage. What we need is really to get this thing to work in the natural way. So yeah, the joint, the ankle and the wrist are more complicated, in part because, yeah, because it's connection with Aiki bone constraint. Everything starts, mechanisms start to get crazy. So this is really the thing of the buffer bone. I think I have one for the hand, but here for the foot I don't remember. It might be just a question of changing this parenting again. So just don't know where to parent these two. I don't think there's buffer bone here yet, so but there might be for the hand. So all mechanisms. Yeah, but this is not the buffer bone with the same alignment, but we can nonetheless try it. The mechanism could be the target here. It is rotating, right? Or maybe use, let's see, let's try some crazy stuff here. Yeah, could be this one, I guess. It doesn't really matter. It's they have the same rotation. That let's use this one. So that is, I see. It's not that mechanism fits. Maybe that's it. All right. So let's try this. So maybe it's not about the buffer bone as well. So we're gonna just get the... Yeah, because the mechanism, typical mechanism for the limbs, not for this intermediate joint here. So we're gonna... That's why it confused me. I usually start with the hand, and I haven't updated in the end for the feet and legs. So here we're gonna get this again. Now I think that should be fine. Last time I think this is extrapolation. I don't remember when, but apparently that's vaguely remember that can be useful. Okay, rotation, quaternion. So here we can do like a... And also here. And why we don't use, because of the... We already have bendy bone that can twist, so don't need to fix twisting. So here we can already give a... and add. Okay, so now we should be able to spot. Yes. So this is what happens indeed. And as for the Z, and I also should check all these rotations here, because some, like the copy rotation bone constraint, it's dependent on the spaces you use. It can wreak havoc. It can cause some glitch, twitching of the... It's very crazy. So, but this one is very clean. So see, this is totally working, and it is not... let's parent this to the... No. It's a deformed bone. We can't parent it to this. We need to parent it to a bone that follows the deformed rig, right? Yeah, so it can be parent to this buffer bone, but we could also parent to this wrist. Yeah, it is plausible. Let's see if the automation will persist. It will. So it's the if this was... if I were using here the copy rotation bone constraint, very likely, as I've tried over and over again, was never... all right. So what we do here is that we can get this fan bone here, which can parent to this handle ankle, and now we're gonna pick this ioner as a target for the ankle foot. We're gonna get all these things back. Yes, all this, all right. And then we get these values need to be checked, right? Double checked. Well, need to investigate what is best. Changing target, and then can control V here, and now this should yeah, there we go. The fan bone is working also along the... where it is. Okay, maybe some of the Z is failing for some reason. Or I'm just not seeing well. We're gonna... it's not a good way to see. There you go. So it lags behind, and that is what will make, say, this is without, this is with the correction. So this is a fan bone. It doesn't need delta on its own because it's like it's just rotates in all directions. Z plus X plus Z, right? Well, both combined, right? It's a smart setup, but of course, in a complex joint, in a more complex joint, we might need extra bones that follow additional automation because of anatomy asymmetries and complexity. So that means that these fanny bones, they might need deltas in their own automation, localized automation, asymmetric automation, because this is very simple. It gets some job done, but it can't solve everything. So far I tried. So what I've been trying to do is, with the fanny bones, which have a lot in here already, is try to find a delta fixer, delta automator for the fanny bones, and I'm about to find it, something about an equation or a formula, like those graphs in math, so that I need to find a curve I still haven't found. Now my skills are in those base maths are a bit deprecated. I knew a bit better at some point, but a long time I don't study. So I'm revising and checking. I need to test some formulas and see some graphs, results. Still not found the algorithm that will generate the curve that I want for making the automation of deltas for the fanny bones. So I'm calling fanny bones that are surrounding the fan bone, the main fan bone, and they have their own automations according to the bending that occurs. And this is more advanced than the fan bone, and of course this is one fan bone. We can also have a dual fan bone here, and even there is CG Dive came up with another setup that involved a dual fan bone system, that then you have another bone that makes some correction, but I wasn't able to do it correctly on my setups because on certain joints you need to take into account the direction that it will be pointing to. It's a point that, like a point of the knee, it will push, but then I was curiously, I found super hard to find this direction. I tried many things and it doesn't, it's very hard because actually this is a dynamic direction. It's not, and I don't know how to get exactly the direction by the bone constraints, because they start to use the local coordinates of the rest position of the bones and not of the dynamic pose that is happening, the final pose state. So it needs to be something that allows the automator to recognize, or follow, push or drag in this, the mesh along this, and that's apparently not, actually more complicated than it sounds. So it's because of the, yeah, it's because of the, I don't have a mapped rest position, and even if I have, it needs to be automated to maintain always the in proportion, right? There are probably many ways to do this. You could use the mesh as a reference, but yeah, this could be tricky because then you need to make sure that the deforms won't go crazy. So I was able, yeah, it's probably there, it's very feasible, but it's not trivial. If you end up finding the problems that I found, then it's tricky. We could try actually something here, but we don't have the, we don't even have the automation for this yet. So I'm gonna instead, yeah, let's symmetrize this one because of the bone constraint. And now we want to make this one work also. So the idea of this one is a bit more complicated. So, but it's actually, you can simplify. So the idea is that if this thing goes back, then this needs to go yeah, so it's like, yeah, so it's bones angle forming in relation to the mesh. So the mesh here is bending, there's an angle forming here, so you need to avoid this thing. This is how you can easily test. Oh, for this rotation of the ankle of the foot here, this is bad. This is good because actually we are forming the angle on the opposite direction or where. So you need here the rotation. This bone is not, it's the joint, right? So this is far more complicated to understand than just this one. So here we can just do, the parenting is the same, right? I believe this parenting is safe. We can check actually. Yeah, it's parented to this. No, this still parent to the mechanism shin, which is a wrong one, right? So actually, yeah, we can. So this one could be, sometimes we can parent it to the other, so this will be dependent of it. No, but we can use the same there. No, hold on. This could cause a problem. Hold on, what okay, the bone is following. Handle wrist. Okay. I can, yes, because I can parent to the mechanism there. I need to parent to something that is okay. The problem that maybe this will be a problem is that this bone has some sort of crazy rotation, right? Let's try. Yeah, so the natural rotation of this already makes that if we go even more, that will start to cause more artifacts. So how come this doesn't affect this one then in the similar way? Yeah, because they are sort of inverted, right? No, it's not, it's unclear to me, but this is the rotating now in relation also to this one. So, and this is rotating along it, so it will need to derotate like this to fix. So this will kind of make something super unintuitive. So instead, we can try to do just this. We're gonna parent and so what this one is doing is a crazy thing. It is just following, it is copying this thing, right? Without any bone constraint. It is, you see that in relation to this is lagging behind because it is just as this one. So this already has its own automation by pure parenting. So this is a trick that we can do with the fanny bones, because if this is the mega fan bone, which derotates in relation to the mechanism's thigh. There, they rotated. That's like you see the angle, big angle here forming. All of these bones, they are parented, not to the thigh, but directly to this one. So they are already inheriting the derotation of the mega fan bone, and so actually this even can be a mechanism fan bone, because the fanny bones are the ones which will be carrying the waves. Although this could also contain waves, but it will be redundant. So this depends on the approach of the rig. So here we, this way, of course, this is stiff in the sense that, yeah, it gets the automation. So it's stiff, that is the same of this one, right? But that's okay. They are derotating the mesh. We could add a some bone constraint here just to get it more dynamic. Actually, this bone is almost useless here, because we could just substitute the waves of this one by this. So we could get some automation here indeed. So if I get a bit more of influence here, we could rotate it. I'm using the same target. We could give maybe a higher values here. Actually, here it seems to be doing less than it was doing before. Yeah, it is doing less. But this can be positive. Right, at least it is behaving different, right? We can test, right? Do we want more or less? So that's up to. So it's good that we have its own thing. It's more work, but it can be. It's a way to have these waves from this helper bone being more useful. So you have some way to control it. So this is actually positive. I don't like this parenting, but well, it gets the job done, and it's like a cheating, right? Good cheating. So that means that we could do the same here, right? This one indeed can be parented to the mechanism type, parent offset, right? And this one to mechanism shin, sorry. And this the mechanism type. So this setup here should work properly with the copy. Even we can try, right? I don't think this will work, but we can always try. So we want a derotation, and we want to so as the shin rotates back, we see that it lags behind, and vice versa if we have, yeah, you see that other bones that we pose the rig are also able to make the automation function. So in this case, we don't need the transformation bone constraint, right? It seems to be reliable enough. This is a bit too much, I guess. There's no waves here, so what we need to be aware if the bone will not react some crazy ways because of some. It doesn't seem to be doing anything wrong, so we're gonna maintain this, but never need control this value. We need to wave paint this as well, so this will start. So you're gonna symmetrize. So you see this much simpler, right? And here also here we use a copy rotation. Also we need let's do this. And so here we gonna do the same thing, except that we're gonna change the target to the same transparent here, I think. Actually, here I'm not sure what is the target. Yeah, this target doesn't seem right. It actually needs to be this one, because it's about this joint, not this joint. So now what we see is that no, we need this bone to go in the opposite direction. So actually, because it is inverted, right, what we do is something like this. So it's like the inversion, right? So if this has a value like this, let's say 0.25, we can mimic this like here. Wait, is that... Yeah, that's mirrored, that's right. But that doesn't mean that this is the best output for... This might be too much derotation, right? So you need to be careful. So 0 derotation, and then we start to get some derotation, right? And that's why they are called fan and fanny bones, because in the... it looks like a fan, oriental fan. And there's also the idea of the fanny that look like a fan because they are spreading out like a star, making a circle shape. We don't see very well here, but yeah, there are fanny bones here all around the limb. They are around the... They could be more. There are some will shape them as star system, like yeah, pointing outward. And that looks like a fan, mechanical fan, right? Not a fan like this one. So it's a very curious concept. Okay, so here we would need to wave this one, but we're starting to get the automation for this. And we're gonna symmetrize this. And then as for this, you have the setup. And I think for this one, we gonna see mechanism hip. I'm not sure this parenting is right, but we're gonna... same thing, we're gonna get this as the target here. Actually, we're gonna get this one. I never tried here, I think. So there's no waves here currently. This could be interesting. I think we can change this here. So we're gonna do this. And so what we have here is we're gonna... It's very hard to see here. Let's change this. Yeah, no, not... also not yet. We want this, the mechanism or whichever bone is there, and here. So an angle is formed between the spine and the... yeah, the lower spine and the thigh, the femur, and then this derotates, and this starts to instead of following the thigh, it also starts to derotate. Yeah, this is... seems to be accurate. And on the opposite direction, as the thigh rotates more, this... instead of having straight alignment, it also derotates. So it starts to form a... yeah. So it will prevent that this mesh here have all this rotation. It will lag behind. Yeah, it's a bit tricky to figure out, but... and this will also work for this part and this part. So it's all... it's delta containing, but it doesn't mean that we'll solve all the anatomic problems for the but it's also in the direction of doing that in a, let's say, in a in a mathematical sense, right? What you destroy, you undestroy. Like, it's this idea, but it's super complicated, right? To get really good results. So I have another approach here, which I've noted. I want to see if I can make some Aikibon constraint leverage system for the whole hip tie join, and this will be one thing that needs a lot of work to see if this can be achieved properly. These shapes are horrible here. It's like there is no volume for the... Yeah, also the bellies can be very complicated to skin, but I'm in direction of doing some good results on that. I already figured out the problem and have thought about how it could be solved. So here maybe it is not the best vision to solve this, but yeah, this will be... I find refining adjustments to the mesh is something that I still need to do, but not all the waves depend on the wave pane requires these adjustments to be good. Okay, now we could say that maybe we want a bit more of this, or actually no, we want something more radical maybe. Yes, of course, these are non-deformed bones yet, or they don't have waves. That's the point. Yeah, they are all deformed bones. These are already solved with waves. That was another mechanism bone, nothing to do with the fan bones. And so, although it was also I was just inspecting if I did some mistake there. No. So here we can, just in case, yeah, just make sure we symmetrize these ones. Okay, so I'm starting to get this thing right. So we need to wave paint these helpers. Their automation are sort of fixed. Here, the handle here would have the same problem. If I parent this to the handle, I guess. So the solution that I found there was to parent it to the... Yeah. What if we parent it to the mechanism shin also? Because it is about there. Will it keep the automation? Yes, but it is doing the contrary of what we want, so we possibly could just use here a... Okay, another problem here is you cannot extrapolate If you want more, sometimes usually you don't want too much of this anyways, but if you wanted more, then we might not achieve it. Okay, so now it is good because it is going away from the main as we reach this angle here, sharp angle, and here it is going away from this sharp angle, which is good. And so this is okay. So the trick here is this: when you have some big limb here and not on the foot, then we can use the copy rotation safely. But if we are on the, and then we need to adapt the inversion or not, right? In this case, no inversion. Actually, not the y-axis. It doesn't need, in my opinion, because we already have the setup that does that with the bendy bone twisting there with its segmentation, so it will already detwist gradually. So it's, this is y-axis rotation is already solved. We don't need this. Actually, it will be dangerous to add more stuff here. It could extrapolate, and then bendy bones have a problem that you, if you reach positive or negative 180 degrees twisting, that in whichever direction that of twisting, that will cause a spline skinning artifact, which looks like a warping thing, just as the dual quaternion skinning artifact. So it's garbage. So this is cannot, must be very careful. So this is why I decided not to implement this stuff here. It's not needed because the bendy bones already do its own job of detwisting, which is the job of twisters or detwister helper bones, right? We can do this with just bendy bones. Although it's not perfect, nothing is perfect, right, in the rigging, right? So here we got this setup, and this we in this one, this we could use copy rotation. This one also this copy rotation. So it's all fixed here. What you could try to achieve here, I believe this can also work. So the base could be okay. So mechanism, upper mechanism. Oh, this was no parent. Okay, parent here. Mechanism upper arm. This is right. Mechanism upper arm. No. Mechanism lower arm, I guess. Forearm. And this one can be mechanism forearm. And this one, then handle twist is what we did. Yes, I think this is what we did also here. It is there, so we can use it. It's not a mechanism bone, but it's okay to parent sometimes the helper rig to the deform rig. If I find some mechanism bone that could use that and still make the automation work, that's fine, but I think I wasn't able to. So on the foot, so just some little details that don't really affect the functionality in the most case. In the usable cases, at least, even though it might be considered confusing. Not a mistake, it's just confusing for whoever will try to understand the rig. So now it could potentially cause some problems in unorthodox case, probably if someone wants to make another rig out of it and make change, and then that can create some confusion in it, some problems. But in the current rig, I don't think this will cause any problem. All right, so here we have already this one, and this one needs to be done with the transformation. Let's see if we have all this matching as well. I think it's the same concept here. Yeah, everything seems accurate. And as for this, we decide to parent it to the mechanism. We need to see if it will work. So it needs a copy rotation. I don't know which is the... actually, let's do something different here. We get the target. We're gonna pick this and this and Shift Alt C, and then we go back and we paste here, and this seems to be the setup. Let's see. It doesn't seem to be moving. Very interesting. So it parent mechanism for arm target. What is the target here? Mechanism IK foot. Okay, so of course the target was wrong. We need to target this reference here. And now we have apparent... I'm familiar, right, with the effect that looking that it must have, right? So, or sufficiently familiar to... So I see the bone is sort of moving away from the angle that is forming from this high bending. And then if we try this, now it's moving away from here. So it's actually a big angle that is... So it goes always in the opposite way. And although this is a deformed bone, there are still no waves on these bones, I guess. So yeah, they are not affecting the mesh anyhow. But I can already assume that this one could have maybe a little more. No, this is okay. And this should be a gentle thing. So this could be just sufficient. Yeah, just enough. So here we can get this and symmetrize. And yes, and then we can... So for the elbow, I would like to try the triple, but this will be for another day. We are gonna get now these ones. So for this, the parents are all set. This, I'm not sure it will work for the shoulder. I think it will. So we need to... Okay, so we need to just pick the same pattern here. Copy this one, I guess. Shift Alt C, mechanism shin. Yeah, let's do this thing first. Yeah, very good when you can have this automate. So we're gonna just easily, let's change here the deformed skeleton. It start to get very difficult to see all this all together. So we're gonna one by one, mechanism shin, mechanism forearm, mechanism shin, yes, mechanism forearm, because this is about this joint, not about this joint. This one, mechanism type, so we got the upper arm, and this one, same thing. Now, yeah, we leave these setups and let's check the automation. So the elbow is kind of easy, right? We just see that it's derotating, right? The other, I don't see very well what it is doing. Doesn't look quite right. Like this needs to be inverted. I think this happens because of the axis of the orientation. So okay, we have some adjustment here. You see, it is a non-deformed bone yet, or actually it doesn't have waves. Yeah, just don't have waves. This one is correct. Let's check this, double checking this one. Yeah, going out, right? And going well, they don't respond to this. Unsure, but they respond to this. They should respond symmetrically. Yeah, they should respond. It's just sometimes it's hard to see what's happening, but yeah, you see the rotation there. It starts to rotate out, right, from this angle that is forming. And there we go. The more we go, so it's that very subtle. It could be a bit more, right? I don't know. Let's leave it as it is. It's just we clear this out, right? So these ones are also working. Very good. And now the last one. So let's get habituated to this. Okay, derotation. This can be more. And this one in relation to this one will be a bit hard to spot, right? Yeah, angle is forming here. The bone is going out. Then angle is forming here. The bone is going there. Yeah. Yeah, all this amount of stretch and scratch, maybe it's a bit dangerous, but it won't have too many waves. So we got this working. Why this is automating like that? I don't remember this. I mean, this one, what it is doing? Oh yeah, forgot. Wrong target. So this is why it was wrong here, I guess. Yes, now this is... So it was not anything, it's just because the target was still wrong. So it has this set up, mechanism for arm. So it's this equivalent to this mechanism shin, and it doesn't need too much value to have its effect. So let's just leave like this. And now we can get all this and symmetrize. And yes, so essentially these fan bones are ready, except for the waves, which is the also painful part. So all this setup, yeah, except for these funny bones. And for the shoulders, I'm not sure if I want Fanny Bones. It could be good, but we have other automations here which are doing some job. Um, I'm gonna try to make similar, so this will take a bit longer, but this rig with these automations need a bit more tweaking. But we are very close now to complete the body skeleton. Yeah, the all these gruesome things that were lacking in the rig, they are mostly solved, right? There's just this helper rig here that was, yeah, there are still, I start to remember a bit of things, but remaining. So the pelvis thigh joint is super complicated. But we have a setup here and a few experiments to do, two of them. One is the automation of the delta. I want to find the formula. I have the automation of the delta, but it's causing some weird curvature. I'm not sure you can be able to show here. But it's related to these bones here. Is a way that I found to try to emulate a delta through a skeleton instead of with a driver or stuff like that, product or addition. Actually, we're still using them, but the difference here is that I'm trying to make a curvature automation for the bones so that it will be more intuitive than a delta if this ever works. I'm about to have it work. The problem is that it will still implies that of course the skinning is good, otherwise it will be useless. The problem here is that, well, I'm not sure what's happening to this type yet. Something that I need to... What is this huge volume? I think it's time to check this out, right? I really don't know what's start to happen at some point. Let's see. Okay, it's not it's not anything like this, so essentially it is indeed some waves, some bones that are... Yeah, I think it's all these fanny bones that are moving in very pelvis style. What is this? Helper pelvis thigh. Fan pelvis hip. Ah, okay, let's rename these things, right? Although this seems very bad, but let's bad waves, but let's no, it's not pelvis hip, is it? The name of the bone. Fan pelvis hip. Yeah, it is different name, whatever. Yeah, pelvis the joint and thigh or hip. So it's like fan pelvis hyphen hip, fan pelvis hyphen thigh. Yeah, this one is confusing. I had to find a way to name this thing. Okay, so you got... Okay, I have some difficulty with this. Okay, it's restrict. Okay, I'm gonna... Yeah, this weight is very wrong, so doesn't really matter. This bone is... Oh, it's being a deformed bone despite of... No, no, it's not a deformed bone. It's carrying other bones, right? So these waves are... Right now, they are not important. This is interesting. Or is this just a glitch for the... Yeah, it's just a glitch. All right, so it's clear it's the penny which are causing this wreak havoc. So we don't need the mechanism. We need the... Of course, I don't intend to... I had more bones here. Where they are? Another here. Ah, they are very far away. Yeah, they're automations, of course. They have older automations. That's it. This is what's happening. Yeah, so these automations are not responsive to the... plenty of these automations are not based yet on my new setup. So that's why I've put some waves on these bones, but this is what was happening. Yeah, so this is analytic, very analytic setup, which works, but then it requires delta. So it works, and then you have more work, and then more work, and then it's nightmarish. But it gets the job done eventually. But it's not super... No, it's not a good thing. It's when you think you have solved, then you bring up with the delta, which is even... can be even considered a more horrid problem. But when you know the delta, then it's just more headache. How to solve? Yes, you can solve it more or less, right? Very hard to sculpt properly the delta because it's not some sort of... You have to mix some sort of two interpolations to get it. Okay, so we disabled these bone constraints so that now we have something that is not gonna go too mad, right? And we can have better assessment of what's really going on here. So the fan bone is already doing its derotation, and we see that by carrying these bones we get some... We can test this and see if this has any value. This bone I never really test. Okay, this dual quaternion skinning, maybe we need to also consider what we do with this. If this automation... What we do with this, right? So we could need to consider what to... Yeah, actually this needs to be... In which direction? Like this, right? So more, right? Yeah. More like this, right? This is the angle that is forming. and this on the joint, and this is, so it needs to, wait, I was pausing it, so actually, yeah, so yeah, so not too much, and it probably has a lot of weird waves, so I need to re-waves this. Actually, these waves you need to rework in a more strategic, yeah, analytic way in this case. Maximum I can do here is try to reduce the waves to get something more natural, but we don't. Usually this is not the way to do this. This is not a deformed bone right now. It will be, it could be, right, temporarily for testings, for comparison, because otherwise I have to wave paint all the others. So one way to start this setup is like to start by turning all of this, taking off their automation that we're gonna change, and also then disable them waves, so we can check only what these ones will be doing. I need to try to find if they are, one of them are not going too far somewhere. I think one is going too far, so this one I can find. I think it's hidden. Okay, it is here, but it was disabled. Okay. Okay, this front, 3 on the front, 3 on the back, 2 on the out, and 1 in the in. Is that the thing? Yes. So we got this. No problem. All right. So we just on one side, right? And then we can maybe adjust this. So more or less it will depend. So always is dependent on what is going on, right? So here you see we can sort of, if we had better waves here, we could do some, yeah, no, this is still horrible, right? Because the waves, we need to, here you need to have a lot of precision for this to be more useful. This is very time consuming. And I still don't have the belly, gluteus and hip leverage set up. Maybe this is priority than these adjustments here. But what is clear to me is that if I could at least try to get the waves for these bones, we could do something different here. Yeah, we could try a different approach. That means That means I can try to have these waves on the joints like visually, even though it's not mathematically accurate regarding trying to reset the, trying to match the countering. I will still counter, but based on the anatomy of the joint region that I want to solve. So it can work, but I doubt it. It's not very, it can have some precision, but I can't tell if it is if it will provide easily any good results. So it might be a waste of time in some way, or it might produce interesting results with some effort, but at the same time, with the more analytic approach, we could achieve more, which much simple, with less wave pain, although not escaping from wave pain, even massive wave pain, if we don't know how to do the stuff. So here we gonna need just certain bones, so I'm gonna ignore the waves of the base skeleton, which we could easily find with by Control-Shift-X, even without the bones. It's not this. This is a helper bone. Curiously, actually it's a skeletal bone that, yeah, I know this one that crossed like here, but I'm using it differently in this rig, or not. I'm using it, but I still explore it. Usually I place this fan bone as that, but turns out that I think this is smarter. It's also more intuitive. This is producing better, because then it's easier to manipulate this bone in relation to this. It seems better, and so you can have this. Of course, this is not the waves of this one, so this is very promising. Remember, I never adjusted this bone here, this dolphin bone, for this joint. Never completed a setup like this with just the fan and this one and the fannies, yes, but and succeeded, right? But it's time consuming, and the deltas you have to do. Yeah, now I'm trying to do an approach where we can perhaps even simplify the whole delta thing. So this will be fan bones for the derotation of the thigh joint. Maybe here I'm exaggerating, but we're gonna try to create this. Yeah, there are gonna be some overlappings here. So this is not analytic. I'm trying to see if I can obtain some good results from this artistic waves, considering this is the joint region which I want to be able to derotate. And now we gotta do this, and of course this is not, it's very far from what we want. We want to, so this one is focused more on the top, although we barely see, and this is more focused on the lower part of the hip thigh joint, and always following this kind of face loops that we have here. Not sure what you're gonna do with this part. Maybe I can start by erasing them for now. Because there are two strong waves, so we need to reduce this part. It's easier to start with for the blurring. Often it's often better to start with okay, so this we could yeah, we could do this, massively getting the upper thigh, right, with some. Let's do the same for the other, but this is very dangerous, right? We need to probably need to blur these things in many ways before we can have any hopes of that this will give proper results. So yeah, we can try here, right? This is the iliac crest corners there. Here, this part would be a bit tricky if you don't do something. Yeah, here's these waves seem very strong and evil. They probably will disrupt. So I'm gonna blur this, but still, that's doesn't seem that will help. Already seeing the, yeah, we could just see. No, actually, this sounds okay. This sounds plausible, although. Let's now do this. So here we're gonna do the opposite. We'll blur from the top. Oh yeah, what a... Yeah, so actually some mistakes there. Yeah, anyways, we reduce some lots of amount of weight. The important thing is that here it's more here and this is more there. Yeah, lots of waves on the tops, and here we have more waves that will be for the here we're gonna get this more waves here, and then we're gonna get another loop here. And yeah, we could also get these ones here. Yeah, so this that seems to be, I never used this particular technique, of course. So these manipulations are very suggestive that we can achieve good results with this approach. They're already automated, and attention, okay, we have some very destructive thing, which is, so we need more. Yeah, and then you already see that this is not piece of cake, right? Actually, it was promising, but we don't get good result. Yeah, also the belly needs automation. So it's always the same garbage. It's problems everywhere. But the way these bones seem to deform the mesh can be useful. Yeah, can be useful. It feels like they have some way to improve, not fix the entire thing by their own, but certainly improve the the setup. So I think this is now, if these were analytic waves, there's a chance that this will be even better. Not that this is any good, it's just regular garbage, so it's like a whip. This is very far from, not very far, but this is already like, let's say if you achieve something like this, that means that you're about 60% in a direction of solving an artifact. But it's like we can say that you are maybe, yeah, a little more than half work of it. So it's just not, depending on the methods you will be using, the techniques, you might not even, it might take even a longer time than to reach this rate. So it very painful. Yeah. So here we don't have automation for the belly, and this is what I have the leverage. So also, this is just the front bending, assessing the front bending. We are not sure what happens in the side bending or the back bending. And actually, we can see that in terms of the buttocks, well, it's actually, this is very hard, right? But this is actually producing. I wasn't expecting that all that. So actually this, yeah, says very horrid artifact there, but we see with a bit more here of our, yeah, just rotations, we are almost getting something for me, right? Yeah, no, it's a lot of work to do, of course, but yeah, so it's not that bad. That's what I mean. It's terrible, but it's not bad. And I'm not using the fanny bones right yet. So it's just this stuff. Something about smoothing more these things, or trying the analytic way, right, folks? So yeah, a few more interesting experiments. What is more thrilling to me right now is two things. So it's the automation for the curvature here of the, so I'm gonna make these bones have some rotation that signifies delta fixings, but automated. So they need to follow a curvature as they need to move, to follow up in direction of these bones actually. I'm not sure one of them should be moving, but I think transformation delta, I think it's this one. I don't see it moving because, so I don't know what, I can't show the proposal, unfortunately. Oh no, this is the map delta thigh. I don't remember which was the affected bone, so have to look at that later. There are some other bone layers here. Alright, so folks, that's it for now, for today. Lots of stuff and lots of improvements. This, in terms of automation of the bones, except for the face, which there's a lot of things here. I feel, yeah, some, not a lot actually. The eyes were, yeah, apparently there's not too much here left. So for the body, leverage system, and then I implement this technique of Aiki bone constraint for the whole leg, deformed skeletal leg, leveraging the, I wasn't doing like that, leveraging through Aiki bone constraints the belly, hip, side hip, and gluteus. So this will be a new setup, which the idea is to make it more realistic I have here something for this, but this is why maybe I won't need penny bones for the shoulder region, which is also a complex joint. Some riggers say it's even more complicated than the hip thigh. I I think it's a complex joint, but it can be very hard as well. But I think the hip thigh is much more complicated because of the asymmetry is much, anatomic symmetry is much, a bit larger, bigger than for the shoulder. The shoulder, it sits from the front and back. It's essentially the same thing. And if you look from the bottom and top, it's very different. And from the inner and outer, it's a bit different, but it's relatable. Yeah, then you have the clavicle, you have the scapula, but those things are not in the armpit. So yes, it is, and the muscles in the pectoralis. So this stuff can be tricky. Yes, asymmetric, but the hip thigh is, it's much harder, I think, because quite harder because the gluteus, the volumes here, which play a role here, there, the belly, it's like the upper thigh, it's crazy. The crotch, it's the asymmetries are significantly more, I think. You don't have almost no symmetry at all. The only symmetry you have, anatomic speaking, is like the upper thigh, like and that's it. But the artifacts occur everywhere, so it's the shoulder is a bit more luckier. So this is my point of view, of course. And this is why I don't think in this rig setup I don't think we can solve many things here with these automations here. And this smooth any chance of lot of chance to creating huge artifacts, even here back bending, and so this is actually very interesting, but it's very hard to achieve this in the anatomical structure of the lower spine and the hips and yeah, so this is why I'm gonna attempt a leverage system, but it will be, we could try to do this, I can do it with my master puppeteering skeleton here, but this is not supposed to be doing like this all the time. With auto I keep posing here, I can leverage the, so this is slightly accurate anatomically speaking, even though there are some huge displacement of the hip, but the fact is that the femur, when it joins the hips, the pelvis bone, this is a ball and socket joint that is highly mobile. The rotations are really crazy. I have watch some video reference, and actually, of course, doesn't do this that I'm doing here, but it's not like the femur stays in place. This ball, its ball joint will sort of have, I don't know the amount, if it's millimeter, but it won't stay exactly in place as it's do all sort of rotations. It displaces from its joint, and this is something that Aikibone constraint won't do, right? It stays. And so because of all these factors of the reality being more complex than this rigging thing, then what happens is that if I can leverage the lower spine through, right, some automation here, even if it's just affecting not the control rig but the deform rig. This is why the automation needs to be on the helper rig structure. Then it will already brings some sort of events like this, and so making the whole thing mechanically and organically be better, look better, look more natural. And so this is why we can't just make this a good rig with this by just rotating stupid bone. It's not just a femur rotation, it's more the real mechanism that's going there to mimic a little better the organic reality. It implies that we have more systems, right? That's why this artificial leverage thing, but it's trying to mimic the leverage of this, right? The mobility of the femur within this ball and socket joint, and all the fat, the skin, the flesh, the bone and tendons, all that goes all together here, right? And so that's it, folks. Enough talked about the theory or some conceptualization about this. It's very interesting though, and no one talks about this usually in the videos. So thanks for watching, folks. Take care and happy blendering. Have a nice week. Hope that was inspiring. We'll bring more in the weekend. So if you have time or have nothing to do or have inspiration to get, I'm gonna bring this back. And also I think I'm gonna start that scenery making with assets in the Starship. Alright. See ya, folks, and enjoy.